Yo, what up? Howdy, howdy. Let's do a test. Is it working? Nice, it is. Perfect. Alright, yeah, so we're back with Attorney Chronicles. It's been a minute since I played this, so I'm good. We're back now. Yeah, so I can't remember what happened last time. You can't even recall. I think it's been like 2 weeks since I played this, so it's like last weekend I was busy doing something, so I can't remember. Oh, that's right, yeah, because there was another murder that happened. Our best friend got murdered, so we're on a suspicion of murder again. The trial hasn't started yet, so we'll see. Yep, looks good. Part 2. Yeah, also adjusted my green screen a bit. Because I didn't notice like there was like the corner of my green screen was like showing here, but I've adjusted this a little bit, so yeah, looks like it works perfectly, so nice. 9th of January, SS Bruyere, first class cabin passageway. I wish we hadn't been thrown out like that. I wish we'd managed to find some clue as to what the speckled band might be. We didn't manage to investigate at all. And I imagine that he won't able to for a while longer. Or that we won't be able to for a while longer. We'll never get past that sailor guy in the door. He's clearly glaring at us as to say, don't even think about it. Oh, wait a minute. What is it? Well, what happened to our great detective friend? Where did he go? Oh yes, he's completely disappeared. When did he do that? He slipped away as quietly as the winds, but not before ensuring that these were securely back on my wrist. Oh, that's right, yeah, because he took them off. Because like there was a whole detective mode where we had to go, aha, and do like poses and whatnot, and I'm assuming they didn't want to reanimate the model, so it's like, for this instance, we're going to take the cuffs off, and then the moment is over, cuffs back on, for consistency's sake. Okay. Oh, we can like move around and shit. Examine. I've examined all this, right? Yeah, I'm assuming you don't want to go back in here. Can we go in the, now that he's moved back there, can we go in the other room? Oh yeah, nice. Oh no, we can't. Okay, I guess we just go back into this cabin. Oh yeah. Sure, why not? Even though I've already been in here, already investigated all of this, but sure. 9th of January, SS Bruyere, first class cabin number 1. It looks like they're still investigating here. Yes, on that subject, I wonder if Inspector Hosonaga is unscathed. What do you mean, unscathed? Surely you haven't forgotten, have you, Naruhito-san? Don't you remember what he said about allowing you out of his cabin to investigate? Yo, what up, Crowbar? What up, man? How you doing? Yeah, I was wondering if it was going to be a bit too early for you, but here you are. Fantastic. Yeah, because I was thinking of starting at 8, and it's 7:30 now, and I was like, you know what, I'm up now, so why not? But yo, what up, man? Hope you're doing well too. Got some message, won't let me respond. How frustrating. Yeah, that's alright. Yeah, I figured it out anyway. Yeah, because I tried to re-download the old file that you gave me like 100 years ago, but I found the old files on my old computer, so I was able to transfer them over to my new computer. So it all worked out perfectly. So that's alright. Yeah, so it all worked out. So my new computer's up and running, which is fantastic because my old computer, like, it worked, but it was very slow. Like every single time I tried to draw a line, like everything else would freeze. And now my new computer is perfect, so it's like without lag and whatnot. Because I used to watch videos on the side, and every single time I draw a line, the view would freeze. It'd be a big pain in the ass, but now it's all good. I get to work with ease, so very nice. And yeah, I wonder if Because I remember I used to have real hard time with video editing as well. It used to be very laggy, so I got to give that a shot at some point. Gotta give that a go and see if that works. It should work well in theory, so. Cybermania. Oh. Oh, that site is crazy good for stuff. Oh, right, I'll have to check that out later. Oh, I'm guessing that's where you got it. Right, right. We'll keep that on the down low. Don't let the Twitch cops know. Not that staff are ever in here. So, because I'm pretty much sure that that Twitch staff they stick to partner streams. So, you'll be right. That's what I've been checking out lately. Oh, okay. For all kind of business. Oh, interesting. I'll have to give it a look. See what's on there. He was going to talk to the captain about it. He'd said he'd lay his life on the line for you. Oh, yes. But I'm sure he was exaggerating. Let's see what he has to say for himself. He might have some new information for us. You never know. Yeah, so in this point in the game, I was saying earlier, he after the last trial, our friend went on to his trip to the UK. But he took us as a stowaway, a smuggle, being like, "You got potential, kid. You're coming with me." So we were hiding in. Can I have a look actually? Hiding in. Yeah, let me. Oh no, I can't. Yeah, we're hiding in a cabinet. It's just for screen there, on that side. But yeah, he was murdered, so everyone's being like, "Oh, you were in the room with him, so it's got to be you." So we're on trial for murder again. Or we'll be on trial for murder again soon. Well, the trial hasn't started yet, but still, this is like the lead to the trial. Ah, you're back, and this guy in here is here again. Ah, Inspector, what happened to you? Your face is. Please don't worry about it. They're just scratches, made by a bear, maybe. When I told the captain that I'd given you the permission to investigate, he told me he pummeled me with his fist and then tossed me overboard. What? But the pummeling was over in a flash, and he must have decided to go against throwing me overboard. So it was nothing, really. It looks like he wasn't joking when he said he'd lay his life on the line if he had to. Well, thanks to your efforts, we now know a little bit about the neighboring cabin. Yes, so I understand. Oh. I bumped into a man claiming to be the great detective a little while ago. I think his name was something like Sherlock Holmes, or I don't think it was German though. Oh yeah, I actually did some research on this because in this game there's Sherlock Holmes. But in the overseas version, they've changed it to Sherlock Holmes, like an obvious switch. I don't know, just to cover the ass for copyright's sake. But I looked it up, and apparently in the Japanese version, it straight up is Sherlock Holmes. So I'm not sure what the reason why that change was, but all right. It's probably for like, hey, I own the rights to Sherlock Holmes. You can't do that. Haha, some sort of maybe international copyright law or something. Who knows? Ah, that explains it. Shall we compare notes then? We can tell you what we found out. Yes, let's do it. Oh yeah, there it is. Yeah, that's the locker. Right there. What? Nikolina Pavlova? She's in the cabin next door? Oh, do you know who she is? Please. What self-respecting ballet fan wouldn't know that graceful angel? Ahem. Oops, I think I upset him there. Well, that tells us the neighboring cabin is unrelated to the case at least. Oh? How? Because angels don't around going committing crimes, do they? Oops, now definitely upset him. Also, I just noticed his glasses are made of like 2 different glasses. Oh no, I think it's like just one lens is bent. Yeah, that's it. From being beaten up. I see. Yeah, so that makes me wonder, because it's currently unclear of how he got killed, but there was a recollection in his diary that he saw a speckled band in the vents up there, and the vent leads to the other room. So if the person in there is completely innocent, then What's the deal? Unless all the vents connect to each other. Not just 2 rooms. Who knows? Inspector, has your investigation here proved fruitful? If I'm honest, there's very little more I can do. Our duty is to make sure the scene isn't disturbed, ready to hand over the Hong Kong police. So I'm just keeping watch here, trying not to take my eyes off the job. Oh, I see. Ah, there is one thing. I do have a small piece of new information for you. Oh, what? Yes, do tell us, Inspector, please. Yeah, we're gonna have the, it'd be hilarious if we have the courtroom act on the boat itself. I would not be surprised if that happens. What is the new information you have, Inspector? It's this. The Bruyer's medical officer has finished the examination of the body. I managed to obtain the report. Oh? Kazuma's post-mortem report? Already? Didn't he just die like yesterday? Or today? That was fast. Kazuma-sama. So, what was the cause of death? Oh, I guess, like these, back in this day, they wouldn't have like the technology that they have nowadays, so they can pretty much, you know, versus now where it takes like a day or two, where they have to, you know, actually do like all the proper tests. They wouldn't have that technology back then, so they can do what they can and then call it. Damage to the cervical vertebrae is what's written on the report. It's almost as if he was strangled by like a snake, some sort of snake-like object. His neck was broken? Yes, it would seem so. There was no obvious wounds or any signs of injury. So at first, I think they were considering poison. Not poison again, but it turns out if they found no trace of poison in his system at all, well, what weapon was used then? Nothing has been found as yet, but the fact that there are no signs of a wound suggests that it may have been a blunt object, something that wouldn't leave a mark. A sack of oranges. It doesn't mean to leave a mark, it teaches them a lesson. Oh, I see. All the body's nerves run through the spine to the brain. A strong enough impact to the neck could induce death. It is a possibility, and no obvious wound would be left. Poor Kazuma. I have a second copy of the report. It might be useful. You're welcome to have it. Really? Are you sure? Yes, it's fine. I trust you. Oh. And here I was suspecting you in the last case. What a good guy. After all, if I didn't trust you, I never would agree to you leaving this cabin in the first place, would I? Ah. The post-mortem report has been added into the court record, even though we haven't started court yet, but okay. Greek detective. Oh, Mr. Sholmes was here, wasn't he? Yes. He seemed to be enjoying himself a little too much. He crept about on the floor investigating. But then he suddenly left. I suppose he must have become bored. Did he say anything at all? Actually, now that you mention it, yes, one thing, and he practically shouted it. Yeah, I haven't seen that animation before. That's new. Interesting. Like brand new animations for characters that have existed in previous bits and pieces. It's shoe polish, was all he said. Shoe polish? I wonder what he meant. It was when he was over there with that piece of broken glass. Do you see? Ah, perhaps he was talking about the brick-colored mark, do you think? Ah, yes, that must be it. But how could Mr. Sholmes know that it's shoe polish? That leaves me cold, I'm afraid. I have no idea. What is it, Sasaro-san? Well, Kazuma-san was wearing leather shoes with a very dark tan hue. Dark tan? A sort of brownish red then? Yes, a little like the color of red wine, but darker. I often repaired them for him. Oh, does this mean... so the shoe polish was from a shoe that wasn't his? This mark was made by the polish on Kazuma's shoes if they scuffed on the floor. Oh, by his shoes? Oh, I was assuming it would happen by somebody else's shoes, maybe. The mark on the floor has been entered in the court record, or if that's going to be the twist later on. It's going to be like, it couldn't have possibly left that because his shoes were red, or some shit. That's really all I can tell you at this stage. I shall return to my post. My fellow crewman's eyes are boring in the back of my head. Oh, that's right, yeah, because he's posing as a crewman, where he's also doing detective work. Yes, that might be for the best. Thank you. Ahem. Poor Inspector, you look exhausted. Oh, no, well... I feel terrible that I failed to protect Asogi-san. It was my responsibility. Of course, my pain is nothing compared to yours. You are his friends. The truth is... I seem to have had a heavy head ever since I woke this morning. A heavy head? That's interesting. My head's still throbbing too. Oh, some sort of gas that put everyone out, maybe? Hmm? No, it's getting interesting. Alright, so I'm pretty sure I've examined everything in this room, so... Or have I? This is where Kazuma spent his final moments writing his diary. 1:23 AM, I can hear a faint whistling sound. Oh, were you telling me? Hang on. She was like giving me grief about trying to read his diary before in the previous episode, but now she's just straight up just being like, la la la. I'm gonna open this. Okay. 1:35 AM, what looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. Looking at this writing on this page, it's almost impossible to believe that he's gone. Kazuma-sama left us a valuable clue in his words, I'm sure of it. We have to solve the mystery now, Naruhodo-san. We will. Okay. Anything else? I can look at the shoe polish now. I'm pretty sure I explained it. I looked at all this shit before. Maybe I can just get some more information by checking it again. So this ventilator joins to Miss Pavlova's cabin. Yes, that's right. And just a few minutes before he died, Kazuma saw something emerging from it. This speckled band, as he described it. If only Miss Pavlova had been able to shed some light on it, but she seemed as baffled as we were. Yes, I wonder if she's telling us everything, though. I'm not sure. I know most people are bored will say the same about me, but there was something about that woman that didn't sit right with me. Yeah, who are we gonna bring in as witnesses? It'll be like her, and like that's it. Like who else could have seen it? Oh, I guess like maybe like a guard that was outside, being like, "Did you hear anything?" No. The end. All the books lined up at the passages can occupy in this cabin, neatly arranged on the shelf. They were all over the place when we first looked around, if you remember. Yeah, that's what I was assuming, because like the books in here and the books in the other cabin were tilted that way in the exact same position. So I was assuming that it was some sort of like, you know, the boat moved or something, and then it caused all the books to topple over. Oh yeah, so you tied them up, didn't you? You have to look after the ships properly. Unruly behavior in the cabin leads to damage. But if it really wasn't me who knocked them over... Well, anyway, I feel much better now that they're neatly lined up. I can't relax when things are untidy. And what about all this then? Get your blood boiling, huh? So it's clear that these letters written with the ink was somehow spilt on the floor. Oh yeah, that's right, yeah, there's it was in another language. They wrote, I think it was my name or something, or... Oh no, it was in a different language. That was written, was it cabin or a locker or something, where I was hiding, so... Yeah, whoever did the deed was trying to pin it on me for sure. Yeah, that's not the first Ace Attorney case where like something was written as the person died, and it's like, oh, this again. I see. Of course. And they spot the Russian word for wardrobe, that's it. It does seem to be an ambiguous pointer to you, Naruto-san, as you were sleeping in there. But the truly ambiguous, it should have been spelled out my name, don't you think? Well, either way, one fact remains. It's hard to imagine that Kasuma-san would have written his last words or word in Russian. Yeah, exactly. His last word being in Russian, and it being wardrobe, and not like the person's name, like who did it. Unless the last person's last name is wardrobe, and is a Russian. Just for convenience's sake. This happens to be, I happen to be hiding in a wardrobe, and the person's last name is wardrobe. Which begs the question of who did write it? So can I check this here? It really is such a beautiful color. The glass. It looks like whoever has broken it, who has it is broken. Hang on. It looks like whoever it was has broken clean in two. But the other half is nowhere to be seen. And then there's a brick-colored mark, which is shoe polish, according to that great detective you seem to know all about. I suppose it must be from Kasuma-sama's shoes. Maybe, but what I'd like to know is, how can the detective be so sure that it's shoe polish and not something else? Because he's a great detective, of course. That is hardly a reason, is it? Anything else? Oh, no, check the bed. Check the lantern. I can use D-pad, yeah, okay. Oh yeah. To pan over. Yeah, and the rest of this stuff I looked at. Yeah, is there a, oh no, there's not. I think it was like in one of the Ace Attorney games there was like a, you know, like a button you could press and like it put up all the things on the screen that you can interact with and all the stuff you haven't interacted with. I'm pretty sure that was in one of the older games. I do remember that. Unless I made it up. I can't converse, I can't present, so we're out here. Back to the first class passageway. 9th of January, SS Buya, first class cabin passageway. Ah, look, Naruto-san. Seaman Stroganoff is gone. Strong enough? The burly Russian sailor was always crossing his arms and glaring at us. Ah, these Russians' names are impossible to remember. She's making it up. It's a nice real name. Tra-la-la. Did you hear that? It sounded like someone singing. Tra-la-la-la-la-lay. I did it the great detective way. Oh, I know exactly who that is. This caroling. I know the lark-like voice. Well, never mind that now. It's just a golden opportunity for us. Yes, you're right. It must seize it. Let's get inside Miss Pavlova's cabin while we can and investigate. Again? Definitely before that stringy nut crewman comes back. It's Stroganoff, not Stringy Nut. Yeah, so I think it's pretty obvious that it's Herlock Sholmes that's hanging out here, so get to interact with him again. So I'm pretty sure we checked out everything in here, so unless we're gonna have the expert advice of Sherlock Holmes or Herlock Sholmes with us as well. Miss Pavlova isn't back yet. Satsuto-san. Oh, where's she gone? Hey, what are you doing? Those are her private things. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, she was she was like telling me off last episode for prying, and now she's prying like no tomorrow. Oh my goodness. There's not a moment to waste now, Naruto-san. We must investigate as quickly as we can. I suppose you're right, for Kasuma's sake. Not just for Kasuma-sama. What do you mean? I can't be long now to arrive at port in Hong Kong. I I don't want you to be in those handcuffs when we get there. Really? We must solve this case now, Harusan. By ourselves we have to. So we're going to Hong Kong? I thought we were going to the United Kingdom, unless we're transferring from Hong Kong and transferring to a different boat. Perhaps. Yes, we will. Oh, unless they ask to stop at Hong Kong to fuel up and then go from there. No doubt. Yeah, because it said we were supposed to be at sea for 2 months, and I think it's been 3 weeks or 2 weeks, something like that. Okay, we'll have a look. I get to look at this again. Sure. All these books have been toppled over together. Look, every single one. Do you think it's a god of the sea, perhaps? He's toppled too, though. Exactly the same as the bookcase next door. And Kazuma's cabin. Perhaps. Perhaps Miss Pavlova was practicing a difficult ballet pose and fell against the bookcase? Yeah, unlikely. It just happens to fall over in the exact same pattern as our books. Yeah, that's too much of a coincidence. I don't know. Would she really be practicing ballet on the same night she ran away from our ballet company? Alright then. It must have been you lost your temper and knocked them over in a fit of rage? Not everything bad happens on the ship is because of me, you know. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you'd blame that, did the exact same blame game for me in the previous set of books. Well anyway, I'll set them all straight again in here too. I don't like seeing these things in disarray, or at least take a photo or something for evidence's sake, but okay. Whatever. Look at the door? Okay. This cabin door has the same simple lock-bolted latch as that cabin door has. If the bolts drawn across, there's no way anyone could enter the cabin from the outside. Yes, it's not a particularly heavy-duty bolt, is it? But still, it wouldn't slide across of its own accord, would it? No, and the door's made of metal, so there's no chance of trickery using magnets or unbolted from the outside. And it seals up perfectly, too, to stop any seawater coming in. So you couldn't use the method you told me of passing a thread through the crack around the closed door either. I seem to know a lot of tricks for opening doors. I'm starting to see why they suspect me. You know all the ins and outs, don't you, Mr. Criminal? Naruhodo-san, are you here? Sorry? I'm right here, yes. Why? Oh, good. I thought you minded climbing into the wardrobe when I wasn't looking. There's no place like home. Hilarious. Believe me, I don't have some sort of strange compulsion to jump inside every wardrobe I see, you know. Well, anyway, I'm not so sure anyone could fit inside this one. It's full of beautiful outfits. I suppose they're all stage costumes. I was rather hoping we might find Miss Pavlova's boyfriend hiding in there, but no such luck. Alright, check this out. So this ventilator connects to Kazuma-sama's cabin next door. Yes, although what a fool shipbuilder must be to open a ventilator into another room. Ah, maybe. So there is a gas leak next door. The occupant of the cabin would notice and raise the alarm. Or the occupants of both cabins will die of gas poisoning. That is a possibility. Anyway, last night, Kazuma wrote that he saw a speckled band coming from inside of his ventilator. I was assuming some sort of snake, because, there was some sort of story at the very start that was like telling up a speckled band, and that was like accumulating to a snake, unless they're supposed to throw us off. Maybe. Yes, they're displayed in this cabin too. Look, the SS Buria, a rule passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or any dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. I suppose Miss Pavlova realized that she needed to keep the contents of her case secret after she read this. Her special friend, yeah, that's right, we found a case and it was moving, so she had some sort of animal on board. I wonder where her friend has disappeared to now. She's probably having some fun exploring the ship, I'd imagine. I just hope Seaman Stroganum doesn't find it and throw it overboard. Oh, yes, so do I. Are we gonna have an animal on the witness stand again? Yeah, I think in previous Ace Attorney cases we've had a parrot on the stand. We've also had a whale on the stand, which was hilarious. Oh my, Miss Pavlova's case is open. It's completely empty inside, but according to the great detective's great deduction, she was hiding in a special friend in there. Yes, a friend that she had to keep secret. Yeah, that's right. It wasn't. I revealed what it was. She was like, "No, don't open it. I won't let you." But you're not allowed to bring any animals aboard the SS Brouillard. I wonder what kind of animal she had in there. I'm guessing rabbit or snake. And more to the point, where is it now? That's my guess anyway. There are just a few books on the desk, nothing else, by the looks of it. Well, Miss Pavlova only ran away from the ballet last night. She hardly occupied this cabin for any time at all. That's true. I wonder what kind of book she likes to read. Now let me see. Yes, I see. It would seem that Miss Pavlova enjoys reading. Books written in Russian. Thanks. I think I probably already knew that. Yeah, exactly. It's rude to ask too much of people now how to sound. Can't I remember that? Okay, anything else on this side of the cabin? Yeah, what's with this plate on the floor? Okay, we can actually look at this now. I wonder what this little saucer is doing on the floor. Oh, unless that's the feed? The animal? Oh, so maybe it's a cat? Oh, it could be anything, really. Yeah. Yes, it doesn't look like it's been dropped. More like it was put there deliberately. Ah, do you think there could be a leak in the roof just above here? What's a leak? That's not what I would come to. Is this ship quite safe? I'm sure that even if there's a little leak in the roof, it doesn't mean that the whole ship is going to sink. No, you're right. Of course you're right. She's really trying to persuade herself, isn't she? Check this out. It would seem this teapot is empty. So the natural conclusion that the Russians then are very thirsty people. Or because Miss Pavlova only came in this cabin last night, she hadn't the chance to make any tea yet? I mean, it could be either. I'm assuming if she was Russian, she wouldn't drink much tea regardless, so. But you never know. It's definitely in that they're excessively thirsty. I lay 1,000 to 1 on it. Yeah, I think it's more of a United Kingdom trope. Tea over coffee, so. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've talked about this on stream before, but like I don't mind tea, but like I'll buy like a whole bunch of tea bags and I'll use like 2 in a year. So I very rarely have tea, but still. Not too bad every now and then. You'd rather was obstinate, aren't you, Naruhara-san? Check these hooks. Check this box. I suppose the cabin has a waste paper basket. Shall we have a little look inside and see what's been thrown away? Naruhara-san. It's poor etiquette to go sitting through someone else's rubbish, you know, says you. Ugh, and those eyes. She's looking at me like I'm a piece of rubbish now. However, these are special circumstances, I think. Exactly, I have no choice. There's hardly anything in there at all. Well, there's anything. Oh, well, that's a little disappointing. Never mind then. That must be it. Lift up the carpet. Look at the little mug, maybe? No, I can't even look at that. Chair. I want to make sure I don't miss anything, just in case. Go to court. Oh, I'm pretty sure it wouldn't allow me to do that. Miss a piece of evidence in court. You missed the bed sheet. That was clearly a vital and important piece of evidence. Or something like that. Oh, okay, I can look at this. The one that was next to the bed in Kazuma's cabin too. Yes, the bell cord. I can't resist. Oh, you don't want to do that. She barely hesitated there. She gave it a good tug too. Yeah, I doubt anybody will come. Or, if they do, it'll be like, what are you doing? No, I didn't actually expect anyone to come. We don't want them to. We're trying to investigate in secret. No good thing for that. Okay, that might be it then. Let's go back outside. Can I just like go? Oh, I guess we'll just go back out here. Probably don't want to go right back to the cabin, right? Oh, never mind. Alright. Go back to the cabin then. Oh, okay. Did we miss something? Unless there's something in here I need to look at. Hang on, if I go to the other side. Oh, there he is. He's right there, yes. So we heard him, but he was like right here, right next to us, so... interesting. I was wondering where he was. I was assuming he'd be in the room, but he's right here. Oh, it's Mr. Sherms, look. Wow, you never know where he's going to turn up next, do you? He seems to be stealing a look at something as he sings to himself. Tra-la-la-li-li, I did it the great detective way. He's still singing. Do you think he hasn't noticed us? Or is simply extremely high spirits? Yes, there are times, I'm sure you knew, when the yard bit off more than it could chew. And though it all, when there was doubt, it's lucky her luck was about. Excuse me. Still going. I sold it all and I stood still. The great detective way. That doesn't rhyme, but alright. Mr. Sherms. Ah! What is it you want to fight, Honestly, interrupting a fellow when he's singing, I was about to read the climactic finish. Sorry, I thought you were never going to stop, so I figured now was a good time as any. I very nearly dropped you to the floor in one of my famous right hooks. Alright, I get the picture. Now, could you put those fists away? Interesting animation. Mr. Sherms, you seem to be examining something before we interrupted you. Ah, yes, that. I was immersed in the study of the ship's log, as penned by the stockily built crewman who's on guard here. Oh yes, the ship's log. And did you find anything useful from it? Well, after 2 AM this morning, the majority of the entities are blank. Which means that there was nothing to report, nothing of note happened, so... You truly are a student for the land of the rising sun. You've been utterly blinded by it, Sorry? Your logic, my boy, is inverted. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sherms? So why are you calling her a boy? Observe the other pages and it all should become clear. It would seem that the crewman oft stands in sentry in this first-class passageway. And he has an almost religious practice of recording, nothing to report every half hour. Oh, so if there wasn't anything recorded, there wasn't anybody there. Oh, he writes that every 30 minutes? Nothing to report? Precisely. Put simply, the seaman writes nothing to report when there is just that. And yet, the ship's log from last night is largely blank. He didn't even write nothing to report. Do you mean? Yes, there are circumstances afoot last night which led to the seaman being absent from his post. What kind of circumstances? What happened? That remains a mystery for now, but we can't be sure if something significant took place. Unless there was some sort of gas which knocked everyone out for 2 hours, which makes sense. So... something in the duct that kind of shimmered and gave off a glinting light that knocked everyone out, and that'd make the most sense. Because everyone's like, oh, I feel so groggy. I don't recall anything for 2 hours. Crazy. So significant that it caused the seaman to forget his regular habit of scribing nothing to report in the log. These are important details, so I'd like to stake my life on it. You must log the ship's log in your mental file. The ship's log has been entered in the court record. Now that deduction was worthy of a great detective. Ah, you're starting to understand my ways, I see. What makes Sholmes brilliant. Etc. Ooh, what is it? Are you hurt? Do you play different characters in different chapters? I'm pretty sure this is just the one character. But in other Ace Attorney games, and the later ones anyway, you do play other characters. Because I think in 3, you switch between... I think it's Phoenix and Apollo. And in some of the games, you play as Phoenix and Apollo and Athena. So, but I think this is just the one character, I believe. So... Yeah, so this is from supposed to be from the first person perspective from the main character. So that's the whole idea of before the actual court starts. So it's supposed to be viewing it through his eyes. Oh, don't worry yourself. I seem to be inflicted with a throbbing head this morning for some reason. Nothing more. Well, my friends. Until our next encounter. He's still singing to himself. I can hear it as he wanders down the passageway. Something wrong, Setsuko-san. You seem to be lost in thought. It's just... Well, I feel the same. Sorry? Ever since I woke this morning, I've had something of a headache. A sort of conscious throbbing. Yeah. So something that affected everyone on the ship, for sure. Some sort of knockout gas, I'm assuming. Oh, you too? Yeah, that makes sense. Because there's all these tubes. Hang on, I'll look at it. Can I? Yeah. Yeah, there's all these tubes in all these rooms, and I can't examine any of them. So it might be this, some sort of gas was pumped through all these. That'd make the most sense. Yeah, because all these connect to all the same rooms, so if it was sitting right here, it would have been I'm out. So makes sense. Okay, can I move to another area? No, I can't. Can I examine the door and go through the door? That'd be cool. Oh, I can't. Oh, did he take it? Oh, he took it. Oh no, it was added to my court record. That's right. That door leads to the second class area. It's locked. I can't open it. No, well, that stands to reason. No one wants to let the murderer escape. Gosh, she gave me a very stern look when she said that. Jeez. Alright, so we can't go through there. That's fine. Anything else we could look at? Nope. What do we do now? Look at that. Oh, door? Sure. It's Pavlov's cabin. This could be our chance. What? The ability to say it doesn't appear to be around at the moment. Okay, it's gonna be that. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. Oop. Yeah. Yeah, I've already been in there, so... just flavor text of her interacting with the door, I guess. I'm interacting with my door. First class cabin number 1. Yes, that's our cabin. Not our cabin, it's Kazuma-sama's. Sorry? Your accommodation is confined to the wardrobe inside the cabin. You know how to make a stowaway feel small, don't you? As small as the wardrobe and calling a home. Anyway, I wonder if Inspector Hosonaga has managed to uncover any new clues. Yes, that we should probably find him and ask. Alright. Yeah, I can't go through there, so I guess we just gotta look for him, I suppose. Sure, go in here. Oh, there we are. Ah, what's that? Weird. Shut down the engines immediately. Vessel sighted a quarter-mile fore. Full stop, hard to starboard. All hands brace for impact. A pirate ship or something. Iceberg. What the? I think we're about to crash into another ship. What? Oh, I can't stand Sasuru-san. Hold on to me. Wah! All the books are gonna fall again. Satsuru-san, are you alright? Are you injured at all? I think I'm fine. Thank you, Naruhara-san. Yeah, the books fell again. Thought so. It looks like we avoided a collision. I think... Yes, the ship has come to a stop. Oh, that'd make sense if everyone on the ship got knocked down and the books fell accordingly, because nobody would be in control of the ship, right? Right? Yes. Oh my goodness, what about you, Naruhodo-san? Are you hurt? No, I'm fine. Hello, is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance. Oh, that sounds like... Inspector Hosonaga. Is that you in there, Naruhodo-san? I bolt the door quickly. What? The bolts? Oh, so the bolt got locked into place by the ship tilting? That's interesting. Look at that. The door's bolted. Did you do that, Sasoro-san? No, I didn't touch it. Well, that's strange. How did... And look at all the books. Were your plans for your upgraded PC, you can do gaming, or was it for video editing, etc.? It was more for, just being able to use programs without lag. Because that was the annoying thing in both drawing and video editing. It was, it was really annoying because every single time I try to use any sort of program, it did lag. So, yeah, so my computer was okay, but yeah, the new one, much better. I think I also might try doing animation streams on YouTube. That might be an idea. And if there's any like PC exclusive games, I might grab them on there. Or is it this new Indiana Jones game that's being developed by Bethesda? That looks really good. Yeah, I might get that for PC because I'm not sure if that's going to come to the PlayStation or not. So yeah, so if that's a Microsoft exclusive, I might get that for PC. So yes, that might be a great idea. Have to look that up. I haven't heard about that one yet. Yeah, it looks really good, and I think it's been voice acted by... Oh, I forget the voice actor, but he does Joel from Last of Us, and it sounds like 1-to-1. It sounds exactly like Harrison Ford, so he fucking nailed it. It's so good. Yeah, so time to retire Harrison Ford. We got the new Harrison Ford. Yeah, but it looks really good. Yeah, though it is in first person though, so but we'll see. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'll do any PC streaming. Yeah, because this works fine. Yeah, the only thing is I'm not able to do any like overlays or any be right back screens or anything like that when I'm doing it directly from console. So, yeah, but if I desire really to play any Nintendo Switch games, maybe I could look into it, or something like I'd like to stream is like Ocarina of Time randomizer. That'd be cool. So probably saved millions getting Imitation Ford. Well, it's that, and as well like Harrison Ford is very notable for being like, nah, man, forget that. Pay me enough and I'll do it, or you can forget it. It's like all these actors getting like real old. It's like obviously they don't give a shit anymore. It's like obviously they need the money. Or not that they need the money. It's like the money needs to be right. Otherwise, it's like nah, you can forget it. Like even Bill Murray with Ghostbusters. Apparently they wanted to do Ghostbusters 3 for years, but apparently it was Bill Murray forever being like, nah, man, no way. And especially with these new ones, it's like Bill Murray's in it for like a tenth of the movie, and he gets like front billing. Like even with the new Ghostbusters movie that's coming out soon, he's like number one. He's like the largest portrait on the poster, but you can guarantee he's going to be in it for like 5% of the movie. So yeah. So the trailer for the new Ghostbusters looks alright. Yeah, it looks alright. Yeah, I'm not expecting anything amazing, but It's like the old one. I checked that out. Um, or not the old one, like the most recent one. The revisit. That was okay. It was pretty good, but it was like a very nice send up for the character of Egon. That was more or less it was like dedicated goodbye Egon the movie. With the women? Oh, not the women one. Yeah, I fucking avoided that shit like the plague. Yeah, no, thank you. Yeah, that was yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, it's like for some reason he not sure what was up with that director. For some reason he insisted on Ghostbusters being funny, so it's like over the top humor, like to the point where it's like you can wrap this joke up, you can cut it right here, but no, it keeps on going. So I've seen clips, I haven't seen the actual movies, but still, from those clips, I was like, no thanks. Yeah, and it was so notoriously bad to the point where they rebranded it once it hit digital release because they called it Ghostbusters Answer the Call to try to trick people into it's a new movie. So, funny. Just tried to sell some Blu-rays and some DVDs. We swear to God, it's not the bad one, but it is. Psych, we got your money. Oh God. Um, but yeah, apparently they've got a whole studio dedicated to like Ghostbuster stuff now called Ghost Core. So yeah, it's like the video games, the movies, the merchandising. It's like all done by like one studio now. So yeah, but I might check out the was it Frozen Empire? I think that's called what it's called because that comes out next week, and my friend's coming down next week to visit, so I might check that out with him. Sounds like it. Yeah, it was like because I think the original Ghostbusters was never intended to be like a comedy. It was more or less because the Bill Murray and Dan Aykroyd had history. Um, they had obviously they worked together on Saturday Night Live and they had like a comedy background. That's why it was like they was like when you're on set you're doing a character it's like obviously natural to like spread a bit of humor in there. It wasn't going out of your way to be funny. It was like the comedy came naturally. So yeah. So it was that idea, not being like, well, we're gonna make a joke. Whoop de doo. Like, God. I saw the Uncharted movie the other day. It was pretty meh. Yeah, I didn't watch that either. Didn't check that out. Plus, I've already played all the games, so it's like, why do I need to? Why do I need to? I'm good on that. Like even when I watched the Uncharted show, not the Uncharted show, the Last of Us show. Like it was good, but it was like it was more or less the game, the series. So it's like, yeah, I could have skipped this, but yeah, it was more or less the game in show form. So yeah, so it's like, yeah, I know all these beats already. Like I've beaten this game like 2 times. It's all good. Anyway, oh, they're just like they were before again. Now, Haruo-san, aren't you going to open the door and let the inspector in? I'd better tie this place up first. Oh, just so I can get set back up. Hold on, just a minute. I need to put my pants on. Our violent emergency stop had solved one mystery, at least in a very vivid way. But I knew what awaited us on the other side of the cabin door would not be pleasant. Oh, excuse me. I hurried around tidying up the cabin, and a new sense of foreboding in my heart. To be continued. Wow, that was a chapter? Holy shit, that was fast. That was quick. What was that? Oh, that was just an hour? Okay, fair enough. But that was insanely quick. God damn. Okay. Sure, I'll save. I think it was last time, we did the first chapter and that lasted for like 2 hours, so... Huh. That's alright. Well, hopefully we'll be a port now, and hopefully the actual court thing can start now. 9th of January, SS Bruyere, Miss Pavlova's cabin. Somehow, the door of the cabin we were in ended up bolted after we made an emergency stop. Sasuro-san took a deep breath and gently slid back the bolt. Oh, so she's out of disguise now. Like I said, they knew who she is now. So does that mean she's going to be on trial as well? Because this lady's cabin that were in now. She like ran away from her ballet quartet, and she was trying to disguise herself as a man. So, I wonder, what are you doing in Miss Pavlova's quarters? Ah, you both look unhurt. Good. Yes, we're fine, thank you. What on earth happened? We heard something about how we were going to collide with another ship. Yes, it appeared to be a false report, though. Oh, how did that happen? There's a dense fog outside, so it's extremely difficult to see. Someone must have thought they saw a ship ahead. This person obviously triggered the alarm, and that's why he made his emergency stop. Everything is chaos, passengers are screaming, crew are running everywhere. This first-class area is only a quiet part of the ship at the moment. Oh, I see. Someone triggered an alarm? Does that mean... Oh, interesting. So that means someone can trigger an alarm? Maybe anyone? That someone pressed a button outside. Ah, you wicked intruder dressed all in black, you are the devil. Sorry, me? I've been called a lot of things before, but the devil is the first. You opened my traveling case. How could you? Oh, she didn't take whatever was in there? Oh, so we were assuming that she took our pet out, but I'm guessing someone else did? Or it busted out? What? No, we didn't touch it. That's alright, Miss Pavlova. It was already open when we came into your cabin. Inspector? Yes? Arrest this man. I know he did it. Oh, I'm already on trial for murder, so... Pretty sure that's the least of my worries. He's a criminal. Is not enough that he killed... There's not enough that he killed a man. Ah, and then he stole away as well. The victim promises not to steal a chicken. Do you believe? Oh, it's a chicken? Ah. Ugh. Take him away. He's a trespasser as well as everything else. Stowing away, trespassing, killing. She is right, you are the devil. It doesn't look good, does it? There's a cell below deck. Throw him in. I'm surprised I'm not in there already. Tomorrow we talk in Hong Kong, then we give you straight to the police. Wait, a cell? Please dispense the host Tanaga. There's nothing you can do. Take him to the brig. We don't have a brig. We'll take him to the laundry room, which will now be called the brig. Classic. This is a Russian vessel. I really have no jurisdiction here. After my last effort to appeal to the captain's good nature, I think about options. This is terrible. This is a real crisis. I've got to find a solution. Immediately. Okay. Examine the cabin again. Oh, I can? Why? I can interact with everything again? Oh, God. Oh, this is gonna take forever. I just need to keep calm and focus on the task at hand, which is investigate. Don't touch my things. You want to show me your crawfish hibernates? Hiya! That's gonna flip me again. Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think you're doing? Wow, everyone's attacking me. And I was starting to think that she was my friend. I guess it's probably like if I try to investigate anything, it's probably gonna flip me. Isn't there anyone who helped me out of this mess? Or maybe it's just... Oh, I was like, so if I interact with anything that would have happened, I see. Got it. You've got yourself into a difficult situation here. By entering this cabin uninvited, I mean. Sorry, I was just so desperate to find a clue. I'm afraid there's really nothing more I can do to help you. If I push my luck any further, a punch in the face will be the least of my worries. I'm really sorry. I have to take responsibility for giving you the freedom to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin. Now this has happened, I'll have to report to the cabin all at once. I really need some help here. I need a savior to rescue me from this crisis. Do I have to... Is there something that I'm not... Well, probably like Herlock Sholmes would be like the obvious thing, but he's not here. Oh, That's a good reveal. I like that. He is here. Fucking hell. I'm like, he's not here. He's right there. Holy shit. That's a good one. I like that. What the? What are you doing up there? Mr. Sholmes? Naturally, I was analyzing the weight of 20,000 rubles feels like on one's head. Have I not told you as a detective it is my business to know what other people do not? This is more tomfoolery, my boy. Oh, no, no. Well, why are you hanging from that hook before then? Isn't it obvious? To repellently assess the weight of 20,000 rubles, naturally. I wish to determine if it was bent over or conceited. Looking hook on the wall, so full of brag and bounce. I never know whether to take this man seriously or not. Ah, you again, the great detective. Ah, Inspector, I confess I've been looking for you. I have something to report to you most urgently. Well, you might try looking for me somewhere other than the hook on the wall next time. What is to report? Speak! An urgent report from the great detective can mean but one thing. Yes. The case of the curious murder took place last night here on this vessel, the steamship Bruya. Has been solved by me, naturally. What? Really? Yes, I have eliminated all other possibilities. No other explanations exist. Sir, allow me to illuminate all your minds. For I am about to reveal my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. Ha, you have solved it? Even Hedgehog understands this case. We all knew who was responsible for killing a student by this morning. We found the criminal in wardrobe. Is this stowaway and he has handcuffs to prove it? I didn't do it. The trouble is, there doesn't appear to be anyone else who could have killed the victim. Because everyone knows the cabin door was bolted shut from the inside. Oh, unless... Oh, I see. So it was obviously the shit was tipped on purpose so the door would bolt itself. Ah. Interesting. Now we're slowly starting to unravel this. So that means the culprit must be of someone else who broke inside the cabin. Yes, so that's what's called the locked room mystery in detective stories. The locked room is the point. The room was locked. Well, I can't deny that. There's no way the bolt could have been drawn from across the outside of the cabin. You are all quite mistaken. The cabin next door is not a so-called locked room at all. What? Oh yes, there is another entrance. An entrance used last night by the culprit in order to gain access to the cabin despite the bolted door. What other entrance? We never discovered one. Why, it gapes open mouth at you even as we speak. The ventilator, man. The ventilator. You think this is funny? I cannot even put my arm through that hole. That's because your arms are as thick as tree trunks. You're suggesting the culprit entered and left the victim's cabin through the tiny opening? It's not possible. But it is. And last night the victim even witnessed the intruder in the act of passing through the ventilator. Mr. Sholmes, do you mean... Are you referring to the word Kazuma-sama wrote in his diary? 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. 1:35 a.m. Looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. Precisely, my dear ma'am. But what does that mean? What is this speckled band? The answer to that particular conundrum is in this very cabin. Oh, is it the tiara? Was she hiding the tiara in the vents? Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? There is a distinct element of danger, but fear not, I am ready. What I'm about to expose for you all to see will shock you to your core. Behold! What the? Oh, there is a snake? Oh, there you go. Yeah, I was thinking that he had the tiara on to get his weight, because I was assuming that the tiara maybe fell through the vent and I was like hanging, so that was like, oh, the speckled band. I see. But it was a snake, so I was right all along. Allow me to introduce you all to the band, the speckled band. A snake? Indubitably. So that was a pet. Mr. Sholmes, just one thing. Pray, what troubles you? Well, that snake isn't really speckled, is it? It looks more stripy, wouldn't you say? Oh, maybe not. Hmm? Yes, you're right. But in this case, could you have called it the striped bands, wouldn't you? Well, I was assuming that the scales and like the light of the vent might have like illuminated. That's what I was assuming that it was referring to, not like the color. It's not like you could see it in the vents in the darkness. You both see and observe with distinction, however. Do you not think that is precisely the trap which the culprit wishes you to fall? Oh my goodness, really? It's a trap? How exactly? I think perhaps it's time I explain the intricacies of my train of thought. Are you ready, Miss Pavlova? I'm sorry for the young man who died, but that is all. His death has nothing to do with me. This whole thing has nothing to do with me. There are two conclusions I have drawn from the facts. Number one, last night your friend infiltrated the victim's cabin. Ah. And number two, that same friend was responsible for the victim losing his life. No. She's turned as white as a bowl of rice again. Sholmes must be right. He's hit the nail on the head. Nice looking snake. Yeah, it's not bad. Interesting animation just wrapped around his head casually. This young woman's friends killed Mr. Asoge. gives like these own animations when he with these animations gives like his own animations. That's interesting. It looks like he can't speak with that snake coil around his head. I would advise a little more movement as possible, seaman. You wouldn't want the fangs of that long friend in your neck. So everyone, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes was proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. I'll be painting my own textures of the radio models at the moment. Not the easiest thing to do, but it looks nice. Yeah, because like you have to do textures. You have to kind of like plan them. You have to like plan them in advance, and like you have to do like make it sure that it's like it's like a flat texture that like wraps it around the 3D object. Oh, in some cases, in most cases, I've like seen like behind the scenes because like there's some 3D models that I watch, and it's pretty interesting to see like the behind the scenes and whatnot. Paint the UVs, right? Yeah. There's like some like low poly modelers that I watch, that I follow, and it's like pretty basic. Like think like Minecraft textures to that degree. Like not too much detail, but like it looks nice. If you're into like Nintendo 64 like low poly stuff, so like PlayStation 1 era. Alright, do this again. Alright. Yeah, this is this game's gimmick where he does his deduction, but then we have to kind of correct him. Being like, if we change this out, and then it makes sense. So, it's not too complicated. Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. Yeah, so he's a brilliant detective, but doesn't get everything correct, so... Because apparently, it's like his novels is like, yeah, I'm the best, and obviously the editor's been like, let's change this and let's change that. Now it makes sense. His death has nothing to do with me. This whole thing has nothing to do with me. You cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. And it is that very pain that evidences your extremely link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of the intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that pretentious night? Why, naturally, it was the friend which you boarded this vessel, was it not? As I expected, another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend was the writhing serpent we see before us. And yet, that fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim written observations on the night in question is tell of a speckled band. Whereas, regrettably, in this specimen's markings do not fit the description in any way. What explanation can then be given? Pray, what is this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? No, don't look at me. It has nothing to do with any of this. Or what it does, you have to answer the quandary even now, hidden behind your back. Yes, that is what you're trying, but failing to conceal. It can only be the snake's slighted skin. Evidently after a subtle and horrible crime, murdered a deadly friend of yours. Shed its original skin. No, I don't know what you're talking about. Last night, though the ventilator visible in this cabin, though then your speckled friend slithered next door. That's a long one. Using the bell cord on the other side of the bridge, the serpent silently descended on the victim's quarters. In the dim light, it appeared to be the young gentleman who was about to lose his life as a speckled band. In summary, the nature of this friend of yours, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a rare breed of snake whose markings change each time it sheds its skin. A snake so dreadful, we can only imagine it will be found in the deepest depths of India. A beloved speckled snake. Yeah, that's making sense though, because he was choked out right, so he wasn't. There was no piercings on him, so don't think so. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter: the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why? And why did he write wardrobe if it was the snake that killed him? Doesn't make any sense. According to the data which I've been apprised, it would appear if there was no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. Now, if we all take that as a fact, we can reasonably imagine that it remains evidence we can affirm it to the scene of the crime. Oh no, could that be? Yes, an examination of the deceased's body will prove the cause of death conclusively. Be right back 2 minutes. Yeah, no worries. All good, man. I'll be here. The arms were not quite imperceivable puncture wounds left by the venomous fangs will seal the truth. But where? About the vestiges of the snake bite delivered by your terrifying friend. This makes no sense. There is no point fraying import ignorance, Miss Pavlova. After the incident, you endeavored to hide everything, didn't you? But now your involuntary glass betrays this hiding place you chose. That's right, you hid the evidence with links to you to the victim's death in that traveling case. When we first met in this cabin, it came to my attention that your case moved periodically. The serpent assassin was restless inside, no doubt. You don't. It is telling that the victims made a note of a low whistling sound that heard minutes before his end. That was your signal, was it not? The sound that you had used to train your serpent friends. To train? Indeed, you put the serpent through this ventilator and wait. After a period, you'd summon it back with a whistle. You couldn't know if the animal had done its duty, so you would listen for signs of life next door. If the victim appears not to have been dispatched, you release the snake once more. This is pure speculation. Being like, if I bullshit enough and people listen to me, it's gotta sound real, right? Do you deny this snake has undergone such training? It's not true. Having slid through the ventilator and down the bell cord, the creature needed only to sink its fangs in once. And its victim would course through, and its venom would course through the victim's veins, ending its existence forever. That is the true nature of the speckled band that took the poor young man's life. There can be no doubt my logic is infallible. Death by a venomous snake's bite. Yeah, but now we're going to go through, we're going to pick apart. So as we change stuff, his testimony will, or his quote-unquote testimony will change, so. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of the great speckled bands. Everyone's like, okay, that makes no sense, but alright. Miss Pavlova's trained her pet snake as a killing machine. There on the floor you can observe the saucer of milk. The promise of food is the key to the training any creature. Incredible. You've solved the mystery. Amazing. Your great deduction really lives up to its name. I see why now Sherlock Holmes has become such a household name. My dear man, it was nothing remarkable. As the Russians say, I could have done it with one left hand. Hey, as a left-handed person, I take what's the word? Yeah, whatever. Can't think of it. Can't think of the phrase. You can't think of the saying. I could venture an option, Mr. Sholmes. Oh, I take offense, that's it. Yeah, I take offense to that statement. But of course, what's in your mind? It's just about your deduction before. Some things don't quite make sense to me. I welcome questions as to my method. I will answer both loudly and proudly. Oh, well, good. First of all, snakes are egg-laying creatures part of the reptile family. You are well informed, madame. And reptiles don't drink milk. Okay, so what? So this isn't her pet? So what the this happens to be a snake that's not hers? They should have said something. Unless she had two animals? Ah. It's really only mammals that like to drink milk, you see. So I'm not sure it'd be possible to train a snake using milk as a reward. No matter. No doubt Miss Pavlova used some sort of other treat to encourage her pet to do her bidding. Milk was merely an example. The logic holds. Well, there is something else. Snakes have no ears. Yes, so I'm not sure if it could really be possible to signal a snake by whistling. Oh, really? Is that true? So they don't have, like, holes or anything they can hear? Interesting. So snakes are deaf? By default? Oh, I didn't know that. Interesting. But madame, what the tales of Arabia? Have you not heard of the snakes that dance to the sounds of the flute? I think perhaps the performers played their music in time with the snake's natural movements. Oh, I see. No hands, no feet, no ears. These creatures are so inept, they're practically useless. Don't take it on the snakes, Mr. Sholmes. There is one other thing. You have more? Snakes use their scales and their abilities to propel themselves. So, I'm not really sure that snakes could manage to climb up that flat bell cord like the ones in those cabins. Oh, it could curl around, right? But, yeah, it might be a bit difficult. Then it could try harder. Yeah, just do it better. Get good, kid. Please, don't be angry with me, Mr. Sholmes. The point is, even if the snake has gone through the ventilator to the next door cabin, it could come back with that help. Okay. So I don't have to pinpoint things in his statement, but she's gonna unravel it for me. What I'm trying to say, oh, unless I do, it's gonna give me a chance to maybe, is that a number of reasons why it's difficult to imagine why the snake could have had part in this. Rip. I think we need to step in and help again, Mr. Naruhodo. Okay, so I do have to unravel it. Oh no, you don't mean... Yes, we need to modify Mr. Sholmes' latest deductions and turn them into great ones they ought to be. I had a feeling that was coming, this is coming. Alright, let's give it a try. Just what I was waiting for, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, right. So, cast your eyes down your wrist again. Okay, so it's going to obviously remove my cuffs again, so the animation's going to play out correctly. What? You've done it again! Your handcuffs are gone! Where did they go? Fear not, I still see this. I'll just see that restoring after your work is done. I really wish you'd lead them off. Now, everyone, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Now it's my turn. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Yes, I believe it's like every point with like the they're like where they do like a reaction. That's when I can step in and be like, I'm gonna change this. Something has nothing to do with me. Yeah, here. Second eye. Oh, I can examine. I can go to people. Ooh, who we got? You! That's right, yeah, that was the person she was pretending to be, right. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. Okay, here we go. Okay, so it's gonna give me like a second yes to do this. I'm guessing because this is the second time I've done this, it's gonna be like, yeah, here's your tutorial, number 2. I think it was Fran, he was saying like the first 2 cases are more or less like tutorial cases, so... Yeah, so I'm guessing it's still gonna hold my hand even though I'm, what, like 8 hours into the game? So... She does have a pain expression on her face. Yes, that's true. She looks as though Kazama-sama's death is weighing heavily on her mind. But you're not sure that Mr. Sholmes has quite read it correctly, is it? Could it be some sort of other way to interpret her expression then? Let's take a moment and really look very closely at Miss Pavlova. Oh, we can spin her around. Oh, she's hurt. Oh, interesting.
Yes!
Claw Scratch. Berserker Barrage. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, that claw scratch smarts with pain. Indeed, and simply observation reveals that the wound is fresh. Oh, so could it be done by a snake then? Yes, so she has some sort of other pet. So where would the snake come from? It's not hers then. Alright. Miss Pavlova, did you in fact receive that scratch sometime last night? Ah. When I did think about the young man who died next door, I feel so sad. I guess she's constantly, her animations are constantly, she's like that, so that's very interesting, so it wouldn't be revealed until that moment. Ah, very tricksy. And when I'm sad, that part from this wound is worse. And it's that very pain that evidences your indescribable link to the victim's death. So when we ask, was the simple nature of the intrusion that stole into the victim's cabin on the pretentious night? Why, naturally, it was the friends in which you boarded this vessel, was it not? Ah, so as I expected, another telltale glance. Without a doubt, your friend is the withering serpent we see before us. Or not. Seemed like the scratch mark at the back of Miss Pavlova's hand was made by this friend of hers, doesn't it? Except, snakes don't have claws, do they? No, they don't. They don't even have hands or feet on which claws might grow. Well then, if that snake isn't her pet, then what is? What's the true identity of a friend of hers? We should follow her gaze, Naruhodo-san. That's where we'll find the answer. Oh yeah. Oh, right there.
Yes!
You were looking over this framed photograph print, weren't you, Miss Pavlova? But let's not be distracted by the print itself. Oh no. It's the frame that is your friend, isn't it? Because it's so beautiful, it displays whatever you put inside it. What? I was assuming that the pet was inside. Like there's a photo of her with the pet. What precisely was your intention with that, Mr. Naruhodo? Just finding a natural projection of deduction, sometimes the truth hurts. Well, the truth is you do not have a turn for observation or deduction. Did that hurt? Yes, a lot. Okay, fuck. I was assuming that the photo would have like her pet inside it. I guess I should have actually looked at the photo before actually putting it, so. Oops. Well, we got custom text, so I'm assuming that would have been a mistake. That would have been obvious that a lot of people would have tried. We can reasonably be sure that Miss Pavlova's furtive glance was aimed at her friend. And that same friend is probably responsible for the scratch on the back of her hands. Okay. Yeah. Oh. And we also know that whatever it is, the friend must be small enough to pass through the ventilator. That really ought to narrow it down. Let me scatter around again for the direction that she looked. Oh yeah. Is it? Yeah, there's a cat in that photo, so what? Okay. Or did I hit the frame by accident? No, I want to look at the photo in the frame. There's a cat in the frame. Oh my god. Yeah, I see it. It's right there. Unless it's like hidden underneath the table, or because I can't go up and down. Like this is like literally as much as I can rotate. It's him. Your pet is this man right here. Oh, I can zoom in. Oh, that's dumb. So I can't present it directly. I can press. I can inspect it. Then it zooms in. That's fucking stupid. I hate this game. Look at the photograph of this frame. This must be something Miss Pavlova brought with her when she ran away. It's exceptionally beautiful, isn't she? Yes, that's true, but professionally, it's the little black creature that she's holding that's caught my eye. I'm gonna get a cat on the stand. Hell yeah. Cat testify. Maybe we get a better look at. Maybe we better get a better look at this. So now I can. That's stupid. I hate this game.
Yes.
Dumb. Without a doubt, your friend is the little kitten we see before us. Yes, the scratch on the back of your hand marks that are abundantly clear. Oh no. The whereabouts of this black kitten isn't clear, but what is clear? is that you brought the animal with you when you ran away, didn't you? Yes, I'm guessing the reflection that he saw was the bell, or... No, that doesn't make any sense. Because I'm assuming like maybe the cat went into the ventilator because it could probably squeeze inside there, but... Yeah, I don't know. Ah! Darker is my best friend. I couldn't leave her behind. Darker would appear to be a Russian blue. And yet, that fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim written observations of not in question tell of the speckled bands. Where regrettably, unless like the collar, like I said, is it shiny like collar on the cat? Maybe. This specimen's marking do not fit the description in any way. Unless the eyes, or... What explanation can we give? Pray, where's the sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? No, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with any of this. Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now, hidden behind your back. Yes, that is what you're trying, but failing to conceal, can only be the snake's sloth skin. Do you see that? She just took something from out from her pocket and hid it behind her back. If she just left it in her pockets, no one would ever know. Yeah, it's like she's trying to, like, obviously trying to be like, no, don't look, but actually, look. Oh yes, ploys like that are Mr. Shim's specialty. He's ever so cleverly forced to reveal something. I thought deduction was his specialty, or maybe making me believe that it was a ploy too. Anyway, I find it hard to believe that the skin of a snake. In which case, just as what is Miss Pavlova hiding behind her back? Rotate. Whatever this is. Oh. Oh, that's the newspaper, right. Well, I guess we can investigate that from the other side. Sure. Or I can look. I'll look first. Well, this speckle is a band, but what is it? It seems to be soft and fluffy, a long piece of cloth of some sort. And that looks like a handle at the end. I'm thinking it may be a cat's toy. It's sort of common in the West, apparently. How is that a toy for cats? Cats like to chase the band around and paw at it. Kittens in particular love that sort of play. You can only need to wave in front of them, and they pounce to catch it. That sounds positively adorable. So it's a cat's toy. Right. So can I present this then?
Yes!
Since we have yeah, there we are. Yeah, I'm not sure how that'd shine the vent, but okay. Yes, that thing you're trying to but failing to conceal is a cat's toy. Precisely, and the true nature now infamous of the speckled bands. And it was this toy that you dangled through the ventilator. Or was it that the cat got on the ventilator and she's trying to get it back out by putting the toy in there? Oh, maybe. That makes sense. You waved it around, I presume. Naturally, the victim could not fail to notice it. But why? But for what reason? My dear boy, there can only be one answer to that. After a feline friend disappears through the ventilator into the neighboring cabin, Miss Pavlova attempted to use the speckled cat's toy to incite the creature to return. In summary, the nature of this friend of Miss Pavlova's, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a bit of some Russian blue breed of a cat by the name of Darka. Got it. Truly troublesome feline young Darka is proving to be, but must be caged once found. Your forgive us for borrowing the photograph of your pet, Miss Pavlova. The photograph of Miss Pavlova's at Darka has been entered into the court record. Well, I'm sure that it'll be a cat, so not hard to spot if it's running around somewhere. Yeah, though if it's out of this room, it has the habit of trying to get away then. If it went into the other room and also it's gone somewhere else though. It was after I gave her food last night. That's when it happens. Unless I got startled by the ship falling over. She scratched the back of my hand and then ran up the bell cord. Before I could do anything, she had disappeared through the ventilator. Convenient. Darker. She is so naughty. A beloved kitten. Yeah, so whose snake is this then? Where'd they come from? Oh, yeah, okay. Topic 2, that's right. Still got more on this. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter. The grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why? According to the data which have been appraised, it would appear that there are no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by terrible venom. Or maybe not. Well, Miss Sherm says it's true. But there are no signs of a wound anywhere on Kazuma-sama's body. That's what I was saying. That's right. But Mr. Sherm seems to be unaware of one very important detail. Kazuma wasn't poisoned. She accidentally dropped the thing in the next room, then the victim, then the killer found it. The cat's toy. I was like, aha, I'm going to use this to kill. It's very ludicrous. Yes, it would seem so. Let's give him the information that he's missing now. Oh, the cat's toy. Okay. Okay, so whatever we need to negate this. Oh, it'd be the post-mortem report, right? Yeah, okay.
Yes!
Obviously. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by the post-mortem report. Ah, yes, I know it was one or the other. You are guessing blindly. It's like, oh, of course, that's what I meant all along. You're as worse as these people on the stands. Oh, I was actually meant it like this. Oh, you actually caught me at? Oh, I actually meant it like this. It's like, ugh. His neck was... Indeed, the breaking of the cervical vertebrae is fatal. Only neck lines will be strong enough to survive that. Seeing strong enough isn't some immoral freak, you know. The injury is out. Anyway, we're on good authority that the victim's neck was broken. Now, if we take that as fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm at the scene of the crime. Oh no, could there be? Yes, an exhumation of the deceased's body would prove the cause of death conclusively. Kazuma died because his neck was broken. In other words, he was probably struck by something or someone. Yes, it's a distinct possibility. As of yet, no evidence has been found, though. Presumably, Darker didn't suddenly creep up behind Kazuma and defeat him in a fatal blow. I suppose. It's possible they had a fall and hit the ground awkwardly. But it could have been a terrible act of misfortune that he broke his neck completely by accident. Oh yeah, because of the shoe polish on the ground, right? Yeah, so that wouldn't have been on the floor for no reason. Yeah, unless it has something to do with the waste paper basket. He positioned the waste paper basket in the exact position that he'd fall, and he hit his neck on that and died. Case closed. Nailed it. Oh yes, a bad fall could explain it. It's rather hard to believe Kazuma-sama, though. He wasn't a clumsy man. Well, we need to fix this deduction somehow. Is there anything from the scene that can explain what happened? This, yeah. Got it.
Yes!
The mark on the floor. Easy. Yes, exclamation on the mark on the floor will prove the cause of death conclusively. This particular mark so promptly visible next to the victim's body is the deposit of the shoe polish. Shoe polish? Indeed, positively identified by a little analysis device I constructed, which I carry on me now as a matter of course. Beeswax, tallow, and dye were my results, the undeniable ingredients of shoe polish. And the color of the polish was perfect match to the color of Mr. Asogi's leather-laced shoes. Looking at this mark, it's not hard to imagine what happens. For some reason, Mr. Asogi must have caught his foot at the point of the floor and tripped. Please, no. And by a dreadful turn of misfortune, caught his neck against some immovable object as he fell to the floor. Suffering a fatal blow to the spine, the victim's vertebrae shattered, and in that instant, he lost his life. No. I don't know. Yeah, how could you know? Like, why are we pressing you on this? You're in the other room. I don't know anything about this. Is that really true, Miss Pavlova? Or maybe she had something. What about the evidence left at the scene where Mr. Asogi lost his life? Yes, the facts are as clear as day to me. You did all you can to conceal the incriminating evidence. But now your involuntarily glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right, you hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case. I don't believe it. Consumer Summer merely tripped over it. Now is no more? Welcome back. We almost got him. We almost figured it out. It can't be true. I refuse to accept it. I know it's hard to believe, but the mark on the floor does seem to suggest what happens. But, and if this part of Mr. Sherman's deduction is right, Miss Pavlova is trying to hide some evidence that would prove it. Here in this cabin, somewhere in the direction that she cast her eyes. Where, I wonder? Let's have a good look around. The answer must be here somewhere. Unless she has the other half of that bell, or whatever it was. Oh, is it the tiara? Unless there's a piece of the tiara that broke and fell off. Sure, I guess. Let's do it and let's see if we get it right. Let me go forward. I mean, we can't save, right? Can we save? Oh, we can't. No. Right. Check it out anyway. Someone appears to have dropped 20,000 rubles here. It hasn't been dropped now, Hodo-san. It's been placed. I'm starting to sound like Mr. Sholmes. Stop trying to sound like a great detective. Can we look in the traveling case? This is where Miss Pavlova hid her friend. That's right. And it wasn't a snake after all. No, it was that little kitten she calls Darker. There's nowhere to be seen now. See the letter stuff out of the case is going exploring. I expect it's wrapped itself around someone's head somewhere, trying to make a new friend. Either that or it's scratching their hand to pieces. The point is, where has it got to? Sure, I gotta look at the rest of this stuff. Oh, I can't. So the case and the tiara are the only two things I can look at. So, the waste basket? Hang on. This is a waste paper basket. Perhaps all the first-class cabins have them. Miss Pavlova only started occupying this cabin late last night. Presumably there's not much rubbish in there yet. Thought so. And what's that? It's a broken piece of glass, isn't it? Yes, it is. I feel like we would have seen somewhere before. Yeah, because before we could inspect that, and before we were like, don't worry about it, so... Yeah, of course it'll come and play later. If it looks familiar, perhaps there's more in your mind simply playing tricks on you. Yes, so can we present that?
Yes!
There we are. That's right, you hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that waste paper basket. Here we have a fragment of some intricate glass object that would seem one that has a familiar air, in fact. Precisely, we found another piece of the broken glass on the floor in Mr. Asogi's cabin. And as you can see, the two pieces fit together perfectly. Oh no. So, Miss Pavlova, shall we consider what this tells us? Why would it be that the part of the glass object was identically broken at the scene of the victim's death? Should be found in the waste paper basket in your cabin. Ah! Gotcha. You're well acquainted with this glass spell, are you not? I don't know, and that hushed Russian accent of yours won't save it this time, dear girl. Why? Because we have like conclusive evidence linking you to the bell in question. Yeah, how did it get in here? That's how did the other part get in the other room? What? Take it away, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. The evidence linking Miss Pavlova to the little glass bell, that would be... oh, the other half, right? Duh. Or... oh, is it the bell from the cats? Aha, it is. Right there.
Yes!
Nailed it. You look at this photograph, you can clearly see, hanging from darkest color, is the very glass bell in question. The truth has caught up with you, Miss Pavlova. The young man who lost his life last night did so after a truly inauspicious fall. Fell right onto your cats. And the cause of that fateful stumble? Your absent feline friend, Darker. Unless this all happened on accident. Like, maybe he got spooked by the cat and just slipped and died. Oh, but how would he write, like, the name in Russian, right? That doesn't make any sense. Because that'd be amazing if there was a case like this where, like, the death was purely by accident, like there was no murderer. That would be over pretty quick then. Yeah, I don't think they've done a case like that, where it's like we've gone into it, it's like, oh, the death was actually purely accidental. Oops, there was no murderer. But then I guess there'd be, like, no courtroom session, which, you know, the whole entire series is known for, so what would be the point? I couldn't tell anyone. I'm sorry. Got him. Death by tripping over a cat. But there's more to this, right? That can't have been all, but unless somebody else came in and was like, unless she came in afterwards and wrote wardrobe in Russian. Oh, that actually makes sense then. If she did it. Ah. Why don't you tell us now, Miss Pavlova? Tell us exactly what happened last night. Yeah, because the wardrobe was written in Russian, right? So maybe she tried to pin it on us. Ah, that'd be interesting. It was a little after 1 in the morning. It was so late, but I hadn't had time to feed Darker, so I gave her some food. And then, all of a sudden, she scratched me and jumped at my hands. People say that cats become very anxious and nervous in new environments. She was so fast, and she disappeared throughout the ventilator before I could stop her. And that's how you acquired the rather nasty wound when you back at hand, I take it. Yes. And I had read the rules on the wall. I knew that I was not allowed to have Darker with me. Yes, modern science suggests that animals can carry infectious diseases. It's a precaution, really. So I listened and listened, trying to hear if there was some noise in the next cabin. It was very quiet. I was unsure if someone was there. He must be sleeping. So at that point, I thought it was set to try to lure the kitten back again by dangling the end of the toy through the ventilator into the adjoining cabin. Darker always loved this toy, but it didn't work. Nothing worked. I tried using her favorite toy, and I tried whistling to her softly, but nothing. She didn't return. So the faint whistling sound could zoom right in his dying was Miss Pavlova trying to retrieve her pet. Cats have apparently remained hidden in the shadows when frightened. Yes, so there was nothing else I could do. I just had to wait until she calmed down. But then... Oh, so the murder was purely by accident. I see. But she tried to pin it on us. But how'd you know we were in the wardrobe? Huh? I nearly passed out with shock. I heard her cry out, and then... Oh, it was such a dreadful bang. And then afterwards, nothing. It was totally silent. Kasuma was. From the appearance of the brown marks on the floor, it seemed likely that you heard the victim stepping on the glass bill and tripping up. This is Bureau's large vessel, so even she can pitch and roll violently without warning. If Mr. Sawyer was already off balance as a result of the ship lurching when the kitten was under his feet, the combination of the fortunate factors would easily cause him to fall over. But it's like so many other factors that don't make sense. It's like how all the books were moved and it was locked, and the guy who was supposed to be at his post that was missing for 2 hours, and all these other little bits and pieces that don't quite line up. So it kind of makes sense now, but there's like little extra bits and pieces. I don't think this is quite closed just yet. Well, what became of the kitten afterwards? In the end, I managed to get her to come back through the ventilator. Also, you didn't go into his room? Yet darker is nowhere to be seen. I must have forgotten to lock my case. And now she's disappeared again. Gracious, that cat is insufferably restless as I am. Well, he knows something about himself at least. When I woke this morning, I heard that a young man in the cabin next to mine had died, but I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone what happened. I was too scared. Scared that they would send me back. Well, now you're boned. Extremely. Oh, hold on a minute. What about the snake? Yeah, what's this? Who's... Snake come out of nowhere. You're right. Where is it? The snake isn't your friend, Miss Pavlova, then whose is it, and where did it come from? What on the other such a dangerous creature doing on board this ship? Was it his snake? Oh, I didn't say. Snake is my friend. His name is Prozurko. Hmm? What? What? So it's his snake? That snake belongs to you? But why do you have it on ship? Like, you work for this ship and you know that pets aren't allowed. He escaped from his cage when an emergency alarm sounded. I was looking for him. I did not expect to find him in here. Yes, how did that snake get into this cabin? But... oh, excuse me. Just need to take a drink of something. Ooh. That's better. But animals are not permitted on board. We are at sea for only 1 year. You want to be so long without a close friend, without someone who understands? Couldn't you find someone a little more human? Who may understand you better? But my dear burly fella, a gargantuan venomous snake? Surely you can appreciate the danger you're putting everyone in. No venom. Hmm? Prozurko does not have venom. He is harmless, very long, but very gentle. He's adorable, like Granny. It's venomless. Yes, now he is hungry, so he is in bad mood. Once I feed him, you will see big smile. And you feed him what? A milk, I suppose? Like they say, milk chickens, ridiculous. Snakes that drink milk are only in stupid stories. Prozurko eats mouses, big fat round mouses. Oh, so... is that what the mousetrap in the passageway out there was for? Of course. How else can I catch my friend's favorite food? Nothing says top of the food chain like the look in their eyes right now. You see if that cat landed in that mousetrap. Oh dear. It refuses to drink milk, it can't hear a whistle, it can't climb up a bell cord, and it's not even venomous. Ah, finally made it to the ship. Yo, what up, friend? Yeah, I think I'm almost done here. Yeah, but it's interesting. It's like a murder case in Ace Attorney where there's actually no murderer, so purely happened by accident. Yeah, I don't know if that's actually happened before, so. On the field tutorial, basically. Yeah, because assuming, like, once the ship was dark, we were going to go right to court, but maybe not. Hmm. How'd you to do something so interpreted, land starting roll? Long tutorial part 2. Yeah, I remember you saying last time that the first 2 cases are pretty much tutorial, so. Hmm. Yeah, I think there's 6 cases in total, so. Yeah. It's not my fault, I do not make up stories. My Berserker has nothing to do with this incident. So that's what happens. That's the truth behind my best friend's tragic death. Yeah, so I'm guessing you were gone for 2 hours to take care of your snake, or... Okay, I guess that lines up. Case number 3 will be the last tutorial. Half the game is the tutorial, and the rest, the second half of the game, that's when shit gets real. You won't believe it. Yeah, though I remember that happened in Dual Destinies. It's like, at the start of the game, I was like, yeah, it's okay. But like later in the game, I was like, holy shit, this game's amazing. Oh my god, this game's so good. So, I wouldn't be surprised if that happens also in this game. Miss Pavlova. I understand the difficult situation you found yourself in, and I do sympathize. But please remember this. A young man lost his life, and if you're going to attempt to cover up your guilt with lies, then... Yeah, because England courts are different from Japanese courts. Actually like it more here. Yeah, because I'm guessing we're going to get to England and then we'll see. We already don't get to stop at China and do a Chinese court? Lame. Nah. Oh, that'd be interesting though if they did that. You almost done here? Yeah. And then no matter the circumstances, I cannot forgive you. Because I think they were going to say that they were going to stop off at Hong Kong on the way, so. But, what are you talking about, Miss Makatoba? What lies? What, Miss Pavlova's just confessed to everything? Yeah, what about the markings on the floor then? It was a series of unfortunate events, an accident. I'm no great detective like Mr. Sherms. I have a gift for knowing the truth. But even I can see that there was not that was not the truth. Don't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? To be perfectly honest, yes. Yeah, and what did he land on? Which broke his neck. There's that as well. There's a discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure of it. I can't quite put my finger on it. I confess. I was intending to let Scotland Yard deal with any outstanding issues on this matter. Oh. I am the only present here for a very specific reason. The truth is, you, Mr. Naruhodo, are simply a distraction. A distraction? I do hope you've been not finding your shackles too uncomfortable. Oh yeah, can you get rid of these? Because... Ah, no, not again. When did you do that? Yeah, I was gonna say, it's like, I'm not am I off the hook? I think so. Especially if they're on your wrist as a result of my intervention. I was rather hoping I'd resolve matters before we made an export call. You were, Mr. Sherms? Yes, but I do overlook one important detail. The deceased young man was a very close companion of yours. Was he not? Yes. Kazuma was my closest friend. I owed him my freedom, even. In that case, we must follow this to its conclusion. No further distraction. You must uncover the real truth here, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, whatever that may be. The key to this is the discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure. Oh, so they get to cross-examine her, like, once. If I can chase that down, maybe the truth will become clear. We're not in court, but we're going to cross-examine her regardless. The truth about how you really died. How about the scene in your cabin really came to be. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo. So then, shall we begin? Yes. What should we ponder first? The victim who lost her life in the cabin was bolted shut from the inside. Was it truly unfortunate accident? Or was it in fact no accident at all? What we must establish in the first instance. We've already established it, haven't we? The man tripped over the kitten and it climbed into his cabin via the ventilator. Tragic, yes, but still, an accident.
Hold it!
Wait, let's just take a step back. It doesn't make any sense if it's really what happened, does it? I'm going to have to ask you to spell it out for me, I'm afraid. Yes, it's starting to take shape now. There's a clear contradiction between the facts and Miss Pavlova's story here. The evidence is right here in Kazuma's cabin. It's undeniable. His death couldn't possibly be a mere accident. Really? Or unless it wasn't an accident. Oh. Let us show your hand, Mr. Naruhodo. Time to present the evidence. And here I was starting to believe it was an accident. No. The evidence that proves unequivocally that the victim's death was no mere accident. My badge. Hell yeah. It'd be this, right? Yeah.
Yes!
The truth is clearly recorded in this photographic print. There is no way that Mr. Soige could have left this message on the floor. That script, it's Russian, isn't it? Indeed it is. The word is written means wardrobe. I see what you mean. Most people wouldn't leave it a dying message in their native language, Japanese in this case. But maybe he was studying Russian. He's trying to save your own life here. It's a simple language. He could have picked it up very fast. Very unlikely. That doesn't seem likely. That's actually not the point. It makes no difference whether or not I knew Russian or not. Sorry? What do you mean? Exactly what I said before. There is no way that Mr. Soige could have left this message on the floor. The reason why is clearly explained here. Damage to the cervical vertebrae resulting in instant death. Instant death? Oh yeah, so when he was dead while the moment he hit the floor. Yeah, he couldn't have wrote it. Ah. Which means after the victim fell to the floor, he couldn't have possibly written anything. Because he was already dead. Was that supposed to disappear? Or is that bug? Probably on purpose. That's not the only reason either. There's something else we found in Mr. Soige's cabin. A remnant of something that couldn't possibly be there. What Miss Pavlova told us was true. What? So Sasoto-san noticed it too then. Putting aside the message on the floor aside, there's something else that gives the truth away. Another piece of evidence that proves that it was no accident. In other words... Oh, is it this? Because it's in Japanese, so she couldn't have read it, right? That makes sense. Darker. Yeah, okay, we'll try that.
Yes!
Nailed it. What point are you trying to make out with that evidence? I'm starting to see how Kazuma's death really happened, I think. Oh, maybe we got it wrong. I think that you are really starting to see nothing of the sort, and that was the evidence to prove it. Damn it. Ugh. If it was no accidents, then what should we be looking for? It was two things. Either the absence of something you would expect to find at the scene of an accident, or the presence of something that you wouldn't. Most competitively put, my dear ma'am. I see. I confess you're rather languid. I see, filled with confidence, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry, Mr. Naruhodo, I believe in you. Well, more than Mr. Sherms does, at least. Yes, it's starting to take shape now. There's a clear contradiction between the facts and Miss Pavlova's story here. The evidence is right here in Kazuma's cabin. It's undeniable. Okay. Aside from that, what else we got? Shoe polish. Is it this? I guess. Can I save? Hell yeah, I can. I'm gonna save the game for no reason. Yeah, probably. Maybe? Nothing to report. Yeah, I'm not sure how that'd work. Let me see here. 1:35 a.m. right, and I guess at 2 a.m. he wasn't there, so he couldn't have known anything that happened after 2 a.m. And he died right after 1:35, right? Play the same thing again? His medical certificates? Yeah, I'm not quite sure what to play. No obvious external injuries or traces of poison. Between 1 a.m. and a little past 2 a.m. Right? Yeah, and he was gone. Just play as regardless and see what happens. Sure.
Yes.
What point are you trying to make with that evidence? Okay, really. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what to play here, so I might just play random bits and pieces. So let's see what happens. Play the picture.
Yes.
No. Yeah, I'm not quite sure. I'm not really making a connection, so I'll just play everything and see what happens.
Yes.
Nope. Ah, come on. I'm trying to load. Yeah. Yeah, it won't let me press the start button until it's like the text is completely done, so that's what I'm waiting for. Brute force this bitch. Alright. disappears from Shanghai. Yeah, just about the ballerina, right? Yes, I'm not sure. Unless I play it again.
Yes!
No. Alright, so I played that. Played the core, played the moral report.
Yes!
No? Really? Okay. Yeah, I'm not quite sure.
Yes!
Sure. Oh, okay, it's that. This piece of broken glass next to the mark on the floor. That's the glass bell the kitten found around his neck. We already know about that. It was broken in half by the victim tripped over the cat and fell. So we already have a satisfactory explanation. And where's the flaw in that logic? Yeah, I'm not really proposed getting a connection, so... Do it for me, game. Yes! Yeah, exactly. Unfortunately, there is a very big flaw. A fatal flaw. What? That's really what happens. Then how did half of the bell end up back in here in this cabin? Oh, okay, so that's what it is. Right, right. Ah. Yeah, so she went in it. I guess she picked up the bell, but like the other half broke off and she didn't realize. And maybe by that point it was too late to go back. Yes, I remember we found the other half of the glass bell in that waste paper basket. Would you care to explain that, Miss Pavlova? Oh no. Both these pieces of evidence clearly point to the same conclusion. That when Mr. Sergey died last night in his cabin, there was someone else in the room. What? Oh, it was her. So there was like a second person apart from her that was in the cabin. And that same person deliberately arranged the scene to disguise the truth in order to cover up her own guilt. Kia. Yes, there was someone else present in Mr. Sergey's. Oh god. You are wasting time. Oh, it's him. Someone else in there. Ah, of course we know this. What are you talking about? Bulkhead was bolted shut from the inside. There was no way in or out. Oh, yes. And the only person in the cabin when the young student died was you!
Yes!
If it's true, I was in the cabin when it happened. You were shut inside the cabin wardrobe, to be precise from the details. But I don't know Russian, there's no way I could have left that message. Not would have, there's a way you could have left that message to be precise about the details. Would you mind? Forgive me, my dear fellow. As I was saying, the person in question wrote the word wardrobe in Russian on the floor. An attempt to incriminate me for the crime, even thought I'd been sleeping in there the entire time. How'd she know I was in there in the first place? If like there was no way he can, unless she opened it and then put the thing back on. But she didn't obviously think that I couldn't have opened it and just put the sign back on if it was me. And then the same person picked up the broken glass bell that had fallen to the floor, for the fear of becoming evidence would show how Mr. Sergey really died. But why would the person taking all the pieces of the bell away? Leaving half behind was always going to raise questions. Yes, well, it was past 1 o'clock in the early hours of the morning. The cabin would have been quite dark. A single small lamp suspended from the ceiling would have been barely cast on the light on the floor here. A little wonder then the culprit fell to notice a little fragment of the tiny item. You all suspect me, don't you? Not me. Seaman Stroganoff. Nina is woman of sea. She is daughter of a strong sailor. 2 years ago, they noticed her dancing skills and she went away to join the ballet company. But before, she was dancer on this ship, a member of the ship's band. Oh, convenient. She happens to just land on the ship that she was working on previously. You do not accuse the ship's angel of being criminal. Ah, so that's it. You said that woman, this young student, died. Or you said that when young student died, neither was in there with his cabin. But that is not possible. I give my tooth. Well, that was the most interesting. And why would you give your tooth? Pray, can you be so sure? You're a great detective. You should know. Look truth in eyes, cabin bulkhead was bolted shut from the inside. Nobody could go into the cabin, not Nina, not anyone. Oh, you want to tell me that killer can walk through locked doors? Yes, it's impossible. He's right. But wait, I've read about this in detective stories. People often tie a thread around the door latches so they can open and close them from the inside outside. We've already gone over this. Like we know how this is possible. It's like you're thinking like 1-2 steps ahead of the game. The game has to kind of like slowly like explain and catch up. Like this is classic Ace Attorney. These bulkheads are not barn doors. Certainly not. These are watertight doors, as one expected finding a modern steamship. Constructed of heavy steel with almost not a gap in sight. No threads or needles or magnets could have been used. No, of course not. I thought so too. But Mr. Naruhodo suggested it earlier, so sort of son, how could you shit the to me like that? Yeah, exactly. Blame your own fault. So Seaman Stroganoff has a valid point. The cabin door could have been bolted shut from the inside outside. Not necessarily. What? I put it to you they could have bolted this cabin door without laying a finger on it. And in this very cabin, we can see the traces of the method I have in mind to be used before. I don't believe it. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, I believe you know what I mean, don't you? Yeah, it literally happened when I was in here, so. A way to shut the bolts of the cabin door from the outside? One way to spring to mind, yes. Do you really know what Mr. Jones means, Mr. Naruhodo? Yeah, I'm guessing she worked on the ship before. She knew exactly how, like, the doors would work, so she knew exactly how to lock it. Yes, and so should you, because we've seen it happen. Indeed we have, so would you care to do the honors, Mr. Naruhodo? Point out the telling signs of the method is used to slide the cabin door bolts from the outside. The door itself? Or the ship? Select the whole ship. Oh, I can't even select the door. Hang on, can I examine? I can't. The books. What? Oh, I can't even, huh? Oh, I can't even inspect. I can only present. Okay. I'm gonna save for no reason. Just in case. Yeah, so I'm guessing it's either the doors or the books. Okay.
Yes!
Look at the bookcase there. See how the books and the things are toppled over? That must have happened when the ship made its emergency stop before. Yes, that's right. It's a very powerful vessel after all. When the engines were thrown into reverse, the violent jolt across the entire ship. Any small objects that aren't fastened down are bound to fall over. I believe, yes, this is what's known as the force of interior acting on the objects. Is there nothing Sasuro-san doesn't know? Or isn't it in a book at least? Well, whatever it is called, the same force that pushed those books over the bookcase also made something else close in this cabin. Also made something else in this cabin move. The bolts in the cabin door. Ah! It was very obvious just after the emergency stop that the ship made earlier. We had come into this cabin not long before and we had bolted the door. But then... Hello, anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance. Oh, that sounds like... Yeah, I've already been over this. Inspector Hosonaga, and he was trying to get in, but he couldn't. Oh yes. That's it. That's when the ship stopped suddenly and the bolt flew across to lock the door. Yes, it's made of metal. But it's small and light enough to be moved by the ship's sudden change of speed. Or the force of Interpreter, if you want to call it that. Are you trying to say that last night, after Mr. Soiga was killed, Yep. Exactly. Conveniently. Is it gonna move? Oh, animation. Amazing. The SS Bruya made another emergency stop. When I woke up this morning and looked around the cabin, I thought it looked a little odd. All the books on their shelves had toppled over, and all the ornaments. It was almost as if someone run their hand across the shelves and deliberately knocked everything over. Oh yes, I remember that. And I stood them all up again, didn't I? Yeah, I remember you did it twice. You did it in that room and you did it in this room. And then we came into this cabin and we were surprised to see the exact same thing in here. But how do we get in this cabin if also the bolt was slid over in this cabin? Unless, you know, unless she opened it. I guess, whatever. All the books and everything are toppled over, just like in Mr. Soiga's cabin. Oh my. Do you have anything to say about this, Miss Pavlova? Are you out of your mind? You say Bruya made an emergency stop. It does seem a little far-fetched. How could that possibly have happened? Unless you're saying that the culprit is actually someone from the engine room. Oh, it is simple enough. Are you forgetting the button in the passageway outside? Used to trigger the emergency alarm. Oh yes, of course. There was a notice, wasn't there, telling you to only press the button in times of emergency? Alright, yeah, anybody could press that. On dark nights when the fog is dense, the captain cannot afford to rely on eyes of the lookout alone. Hence why the placement of a number of buttons around the vessel of any crewman to raise the alarm. The sort of button one is almost compelled to press to satisfy one's curiosity. Don't pull the fire alarm. I dare you to pull the fire alarm. Yeah, I think that was always a common trope in like high schools, but I don't believe we actually had a system like that in my high school, or like any school that I went to. No. I remember we had fire drills, but you know, it was never they were never there for students to pull for the lulz. Wait, it was you? When the button is pressed, two things happen in the interest of safety. The emergency alarm bell rings and the vessel comes to a complete stop. Indeed, it was a little earlier, as I did a little earlier today. Oh, so he did it on purpose to satisfy his own curiosity. Ah, interesting. Mr. Shows. Surely it wasn't you who... As I always say, a button has one purpose in life. To be pressed. Whatever the occasion. He sounds almost proud of himself. How dare you mess with the ship. I report you to Captain. You are in so much trouble now. Now, I'm sure all that can wait until later. Let us not overlook the fact that we have now learned a valuable lesson. When the vessel makes an emergency stop, the bolts on the cabin door slide closed. So, we must now consider... Yes, it all comes down to one thing now. Last night, after all what happened to Mr. Soige, did this ship make an emergency stop or did it not? You are idiots! Purely a huge ship with many passengers, so we make an emergency stop in the middle of the night. That would be chaos everywhere. What are your thoughts, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, it's certainly possible that some kind of emergency happened last night. We have evidence to support the idea. Really? What evidence, Mr. Naruhodo? Fascinating. Do show us, my good man. What evidence promotes the theory that some emergency grouped this vessel last night? Good question. Hmm. Oh, maybe he just fell over because the maybe that was the whole reason why he slipped, because the ship stopped. But I'm thinking this might be the ship's log as well, because he was obviously not there. And what would be the reason why he wasn't there? Some sort of emergency, right? Yeah, he wasn't there for he wasn't there for 4.5 hours. Yeah, that'd be quite the emergency.
Yes!
Seaman Stroganoff. It's your duty to patrol the first class area of the ship, isn't that right? Ah, that is correct. Why? And the ship's log here, that would be where your record of your details of your duties. What are you doing with that? That is mine! Ah, you'd run a carelessly left at the top of the makeshift bureau in the passageway out there. But as responsible passengers, we took it into our care with mind to return to you later. I left it there on purpose. That is where I put it always. The point is, looking at what you usually record, it's clear to you under normal circumstances you're right there, nothing to report every 30 minutes. Apart from 2 o'clock last night until the first light this morning, nothing was recorded at all. Nothing recorded in the log? That is... Duh, because nothing happened. You'd write something if nothing happened, right? But if nothing happened, why would you normally write nothing to report? Wouldn't you? Indeed, sir, which tells us that shortly after 2 a.m., something happens here aboard the SS Brewyer. Busted. Something significantly significant to make you forget to fill in the ship's log, in fact. Are you suggesting that the ship recently did make an emergency stop in the middle of the night? Stop talking rubbish. If I'm perfectly honest, I find that a little hard to believe myself. Oh, why? Well, because if something as major as emergency stop had really happened, surely all of us would have noticed. That's very true. Or we all would have been sleeping, right? But I guess an emergency stop would warrant enough to wake everyone up, right? That's literally what happened, like when it happened before. They like bled like a thing through like, all the speakers, right? Or all the tube system, telling us that we're gonna about to hit a ship, right? I guess the emergency stop we experienced earlier, we all know that it feels like now. The ship lurched so violently that an alarm bell was so loud. I can't imagine anybody would sleep through that, even though it happened in the dead of night. Well, no, that's a good point. What of the throbbing? Sorry? What do you mean? Your head, man. Yeah, everyone was reporting like headaches, right? The throbbing of your head this morning, we all have suffered with it. Ah. Oh, yes. We'll have a headache. You're right. In fact, I haven't been feeling myself as I woke up today. Nor have I. My head has been feeling ever heavy since dawn. Yes, you've all been afflicted, haven't you? Just as I suspected. It's getting way more and more complicated as we go along. I thought we had it, but... He's right, my head's been throbbing today too. It's the gas. Everyone got gassed. And since eating dinner yesterday evening, everything has felt sort of hazy. I can't really remember anything that happened after I climbed back inside the wardrobe. Then the first thing I noticed this morning was the throbbing pain in my head. I've already been dragged out of the wardrobe. And these handcuffs put on me by that point. Why did I wake up when all that was happening to me? Something was put in the food to knock everyone out. And it was the two Russians working together, right? Maybe. Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo. You boiled this visual as a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, well, yes, sorry. And the stowaway class of accommodations usually include meals or what you survive on. Ah, well, Kazuma looked after me. He was always happy to share his meals. So you enjoyed some of the whole roast chicken dish that was served yesterday evening, I take it? Yeah, didn't they say that Kazuma didn't eat meat? Ah, interesting. Yes, in fact, I had all of that. Kazuma wasn't fond of chicken. No, not just chicken in general. So the victim didn't eat any of the chicken at all? That's right, he didn't touch it. Is that relevant? My dear fellow, does that not strike you? Oh, Mr. Sholmes, do you mean to say that there was something wrong with the chicken? Or it was tainted, drugged even? I do. No, really? Is that really true? The meal prepared for the passengers last night to be tampered with. Tampered by addition of sulfuric designs that induce a very deep slumber to those who consumed it. Man, where can I get some of that? And like periods where I need to sleep during the day so I can wake up for work at night. Yeah, give me some of that, knock me right out. A sleeping drug? So you mean whoever did this laced every meal with a sleeping drug so no one knows the ship's emergency stop? Mr. Naruhodo, of course that's not what Mr. Sholmes means. What a far-fetched idea. Precisely. Lacing every meal of a passenger aboard with a sulfuric drug would certainly be impossible. Or was it specifically just for the first-class cabin? Unless, that is, every single member of the crew is a conspirator. What? Mr. Sholmes? Well, seaman? I'm sorry to say that any more description of this matter will get you nowhere. Uh-oh, busted. If you refuse to talk, there will be an inquiry made through the shipping company, of course. And were that to happen, every member of the crew and the captain himself would have been hauled over the coals for aiding and abetting a renegade. Not suspicious at all. Looking around, being like, ugh. I think that was like the telltale sign of like, was it LA Noire? When you're trying to like find if somebody's guilty, if they're like, it's like looking around, it's just like, yeah, they're guilty. Or if they're like, they're stone faced, they're not. So I think that was like the go-to. Please, no more. I will tell everything. I cannot make problems like this for everyone anymore. These crewmen are your former comrades, I believe. They're working together. Yeah, so I decided to run away and ask for them to help me. We all agreed to help, everyone together. She threw away everything, her fame in the ballet, Mother Russia. We wanted to help our angel. I don't believe it. You are all right. We put sleeping drug on the chicken last night. Yes, I remember now. I do notice chewing on a lump of something strange and bitter at one point. We could not make old drug, how you say, dissolve? Talk about heavy seasoning. And at midnight, the waters near Shanghai, we brought our angel on board. Okay, so it's the drug everyone to put everyone to sleep so they could stow her away. Yeah. Are the tan lines across the sailor snake from the snake? I'm guessing so, perhaps. That'd make sense. I thought it was just like an artistic choice, but that'd make sense. Like the snake like wrapped around his face for long periods of time. Yeah, quite acquainted. She was helped by a comrade on shore with a small fishing boat, while all the passengers from the SS Buria slept soundly. thanks to the almost magical effects of the slumber-inducing poison from the evening meals portion the evening meals had contained. So if that's what happened, the only people awake on the ship last night were the crew, people who disliked chicken, and the newly boarded passenger, Miss Pavlova. And that means it would have been impossible for you. You could have used the emergency stop trick to lock the consumer's cabin door. But how does that make sense? Surely every cabin door would be ended up locked in that case, and that would have been complete chaos. Oh, I wouldn't say so. What? Ah, of course. Just like us, all the other passengers would have eaten their evening meal of chicken in their cabins. After which they would have been overwhelmed by tiredness because of the sleeping drug. Quite. And accordingly, all passengers were already in their cabins for the night. Yes. Yes, they would have locked their doors regardless. The overwhelming majority of the cabin passengers would have naturally sleep with their cabin doors bolted anyway. Yeah, exactly. And so one of them would have found it remarkable to find the door. Let me reread that. And so not one of them would have found it remarkable to find their door locked in the morning. In summary, in order to fasten the bolt of a single cabin door on the ship, the culprit brought the entire vessel to the emergency stop in the early hours of the morning. Got him. You have talked a long time and said many things. What is point? You go to jail, that's what point. The point is what I said earlier. There is somebody else present on the scene when the victim lost his life last night. Someone who left a message on Russian on the floor with an attempt to incriminate another. Also, I was assuming it was her, but we got another conspirator? Oh god. Someone is trying to desperately hide the broken fragments of the glass who would never reveal the culprit's identity. Okay, so it's going to be her. We're not going to go into a whole nother thing where we try to pin it on somebody else, right? And someone who abused the ship's emergency stop and proceeded to lock a door. All told, a busy night. But... I don't know any of this, I'm just a little girl. You like to speak with your long English words and explain your clever ideas. But I'm a sailor, and sailors don't listen to long, boring stories. We don't believe. Sailors like me, we only trust what we see with our eyes. A laughable trait. What? I'm quite the same disposition, my good man. Observation to me is everything. Mrs. Naruhodo. Oh, yes? Do you hear that accusatory cry of guilt on the wind? What accusatory cry of guilt? Sorry, you've lost me. Proof of involvement, man. You can't hear such a good call with your ears? No, you must hear it with your eyes, for observation is the basis of all deduction. Observation, whatever. What are you talking about? He's saying present evidence to get you to tell the truth for real. I believe the time has come for the final piece of evidence. For one final logic and reasoning spectacular to expose the truth. Oh, we're not going to do this again. This takes forever. Oh, God. Oh, no. So, Mr. Naruhodo, your assistance, if you please. Would that exactly, Mr. Sholmes? With observation, my dear fellow, as I said, one of two prevaricators. Prevaricators? Okay, I'm not sure what that word means, but okay. Observation? If you remember, Mr. Naruhodo, we know that somebody tried to fabricate evidence, don't we? By tampering with the scene of Mr. Sawyer's death. One, we're looking for some trace of evidence that one of these two factors were there when it happened. Precisely, you are delightfully quick to grasp my meaning. Alright, I'll see what I can see. So we're looking for a trace of evidence that shows that someone else was there last night when Kazuma died. Oh, okay. Whoa! Whoa! Spin. Okay. What suggests that someone else is there at the scene of the crime? What do we got? Stomach. Oh, this? Ink stain. Oh, look at this. It's some kind of stain in an unusual place. Yes, you're right. It looks like ink, if I'm not mistaken. Ink. And look at the color too, it's clear where this came from. Do I present the ink stain? I guess. There's like nothing else, I don't think. Ooh. Nope. Yeah, that's it, I think. Oh, excuse me. Ooh. Sure.
Yes!
Yes. Got him. Seaman Stroganoff. You seem to have quite a large purple stain on the back of your white uniform there. Eh? Yes, I don't know where dirt comes from. So nothing in particular comes to mind about the stain? What are you trying to say? It would appear that the significance of the stain has escaped your attention, Seaman. Allow me to make it plain. It's a very large purple stain on the back of the Seaman Stroganoff's uniform. Okay, we're just gonna do it once. I was hoping we weren't gonna go into the deep, being like, hey, this is what happened and that's what happened, and we have to correct him. Because we already did that. It took forever, so I don't want to do it again. Be here for another fucking half an hour. And I think that's what it made, and I think what made it is clear. Indeed it is. Well, it's like the ink that he used to paint the name, right? So, Mr. Naruhodo, present the evidence that proves it. My pleasure. Alright, then the evidence that proves what the stain on the back of the Seaman Stroganoff's uniform really is... I guess I present this. Right? In purple ink, right.
Yes!
Got it. Yes, it is this photograph, and the ink that it shows, is what caused the stain on your uniform. Ink. A rather unusual color of ink. Purple. The penny drops. And last, now you see the significance. The Russian word on the floor next to the victim's body was written in purple ink. Obviously black and white photo, so that wouldn't come to that deduction right away, right? And the stain in the back of that uniform is the ink of the exact same color. That ink could be dry, it wouldn't be possibly staining your uniform in that way. Which means... you must have been present in the cabin at the moment immediately after the ink was spilt. Alright, yes. It was me. I did it. Everything. I arranged everything in Dead Student's cabin to make it look like Wardrobe Man did it. Oh, see, he knew he was inside the wardrobe the whole entire time. He didn't... You're gonna stow on my ship, and I'm gonna know about it, and... Cool. Unless he found him in the wardrobe, and he's like, aha! I'm gonna pin it on you. Then I pressed the button to make Brio do an emergency stop, and the bolt cabin door shut. I did everything so no one suspected our Angel. Biff, please. Don't worry, Angel. Let me do talking. It was after 1 in the morning. I was on duty patrolling the passageway. Then our Angel came to me. She was white like sheet. Biff, please, you must help me. I went with her, and the doors of the cabin number 1 was open. When I looked inside, I saw Student Boy on the floor. Oh, so she came to him for help. I see. So she didn't do it all. But what happened here? Please don't tell anyone. Yeah, so if you left it alone, it would have been fine. It would have been an accident, but I guess like she was like, "Oh no, I'm gonna be sent back to jail." So now they're both gonna go to jail. So, oops. My little one, my little furry friend. Everything that happened in that cabin is like Angel told you. The kitten escaped through the ventilator inside Mr. Soiger's cabin. Then he tripped over and broke his neck when he fell to the floor. Yes, that is right. So after the incident when the cat ran away, Miss Pavlova then visited the cabin next to hers, only to find its occupant lying lifeless on the floor. She said it was like worried. She said she was worried when she heard the sound of something falling to the floor. That's when she went to look. No, Angel. The door was not locked, so she opened the look, and you already know what happened after. Definitely snake tan lines. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, because like I was just thinking it was like an artistic choice. Like maybe he fell asleep in the sun with like a deck chair on his face that was slanted. Like, who knows? What? When you went to Mr. Soiger's cabin, Miss Pavlova, when he was already dead? Why? I already told you. When Nina opened the door of the student's cabin and looked inside, I was asking Miss Pavlova. Well, Miss Pavlova? Russian. Oh, duh. Oh. Yes, that is right. I saw him. It was dark and he was wearing black, but he was on the floor, not moving. I was scared. I understand, and I believe you. So is that finally it now? I think we wrapped up everything. That's all the clues wrapped up in a tight, nice bundle, so I think that's it. Have we discovered the real truth about Kazuma's death at last? Don't tell me there's something else. Oh god. Something very nearly slipped my mind. Oh, Mr. Sholmes? This photograph. Yes, I took it myself, you know. The cause of death was a broken neck, therefore the victim died instantly. And the unfortunate incident that precipitated these events are hidden, on which the victim stumbled. However, if those are the facts, there is one particular error in this photograph that seems to me as somewhat unnatural. What do you mean? What do you mean unnatural? What are your thoughts on this mess that matter, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, well. If Kazuma tripped and fell, and by some terrible stroke of bad luck broke his neck, which part of this photograph seems unnatural? What are you talking about? Well, I guess, like, what did he break his neck on, or... I'm gonna save this for no reason. Yeah, I don't know. I don't see anything. Looks fine to me, but okay. The finger. It's the finger. Okay, I guess I can... Oh, wait, is his headband not attached? Oh, it is. No, never mind. I don't quite get it, but okay. Maybe his face? Is the expression, like, in pain, or... I'm gonna select his face.
Yes!
It must be here! Surely! Okay, never mind. Reload. Neck?
Yes!
No. The hand, the text? This hand? Is it because this hand is clenched? Like this hand would be clenched if he like fell? Maybe?
Yes!
Oh, okay. If he really fell due to an unfortunate accident, then this fist doesn't seem quite right. The exact same thought occurred to me. In a fall, one instinct is to open palms flat. Oh, true, you had to catch yourself, right? Yeah. Yet here we see the victim with his left hand tightly balled into a fist. Unless he was holding something when he fell. Almost, you might say, as they were gripping something. What do you mean? Simply that I took the liberty of investigating the victim's fist a short while ago. You did? And what, pray, do you imagine I found there? My dear fellow. Mr. Sholmes, show us, please. Why, of course, my mere madame, would I keep you in suspense, unless there was something in his fist that he was trying to hold and keep in. The character designs of this games are clever. Yeah, they're very interesting, very unique. That's for sure. Yeah, I think like these are very, very popular with cosplayers. The Ace Attorney designs. Always see them at conventions and whatnot. Yeah, they're always very, very unique. That's for sure. And like they get like even crazier and crazier as they go along. It's like some of like the way bizarre like designs that I've seen of people that take the stand. Very, very interesting. This is what I found. Oh, a crescent moon with a little gemstone in the middle. And they're just trying to keep that. Unless they were trying to take that, they knew it was worth something. Yes, you're right. A crescent moon. It's very pretty, but what does it tell us? It tells us nothing. I'm not so sure that crescent moon looks... It looks familiar somehow. I'm sure I've seen it somewhere before. Oh, is it one of her earrings? Oh. Yeah, and why would he have one of her earrings in his hands? Because it wasn't an accident, he was pushed. Aha. Observation, Mr. Naruhodo, that's the key. What? The truth is now tantalizing close. How did that crescent moon come to be in Kazuma's clenched fist? This is the final clue, the last piece of the puzzle. Ask yourself, what does this little crescent moon mean? What significance that it has it? And observe, find the answer with your own eyes. Are we ever gonna pan around this way? Yeah, I thought so. Aha, you're busted. You're going to jail for life.
Yes!
Miss Pavlova, on your ear there. I see you have a crescent moon as well. Ah. What? And on your other ear is nothing. There seems to be a crescent moon missing. A little link holding to it must have broken, I suppose. Now, the missing crescent moon was found in the victim's clenched fists. Clearly, there's only one logical conclusion. Wow, and I was beginning to believe this was purely an accident, but apparently not. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. Miss Pavlova. Mr. Asoige must have grasped the crescent moon and pulled it from your ear. Perhaps the moment before he fell to the floor. In other words, last night in Mr. Asoige's cabin, you witnessed the moment when the victim fell with your own eyes. In fact, you were quite literally at arm's length from him. Unless you went in there to get the cat herself, and they just happened to trip. But then the question is, why did Mr. Asoge do that? Why did he pull your earring from your ear and hold it in his clenched fist during his final moments? Oh, no. Angel? No one can protect you now. Yeah, so she didn't even tell him. Almost got away with it. Please, Miss Pavlova, tell us the truth. Last night. What did you do to Kazuma? Oy. Got him. It's all ogre now. When I think about everything that happened yesterday, it was too much. Running away, the fishing boat in the middle of the night, trying to climb onto this huge ship, and then, when I was at the last in this cabin, I could relax after this horrible, long day. Darker, wait. I couldn't believe it when she disappeared through the ventilator. I tried to call her with a little whistle. I tried waving her favorite toy. But nothing worked. Darker would not come back. So you went there personally? Makes sense. Oh, so he just happened to trip and she didn't push him on purpose. Okay. I'm gonna say if there's like another intent that we have to investigate, fucking hell. I'm gonna spend another hour on this case. What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Oh. I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine. The young man from your country, he was very polite and kind. He helped me to find Darker, and he promised not to tell anyone. But then, when I had my friend in my arms again, I was going to leave the man's cabin. Just a moment, sorry, but... Oh, yes? I'm sure I know your face. I've seen you somewhere before. Ah, of course. You're Nikolina Pavlova, aren't you? The Russian ballerina. Huh? No, I don't know that name. My heart nearly stopped when he said that, unless she killed him on purpose to silence him. He knew who he was. How could this man from a land in the faraway east know a Russian ballerina? Surely she didn't, right? Yes, I saw your performance in Japan. The beauty of the ballet made a deep impression on me. But what are you doing on this ship? I'm sure I read that your ballet company was performing in Shanghai at the moment. Just make something up. Be like, I moved to a different, company or something. I can't fool him. I have to tell him the truth and hope that he doesn't tell anyone. I have no other choice. No, just make up something. Bloody hell. I see. So you've run away. Please keep my secret. Don't tell anyone. Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. He's going to pull that cord. He's going to tell the captain. So he was looking at the wardrobe, but she thought that he was going to go for the cord to summon people to be like, there she is. Get her. Why did I think I could trust him? And then she killed him. Then it happens. Everything at once. It was only a second, but it felt like forever. Wait, I shouted, and then... Darker jumped out of my arms and down to the young man's feet. Oh, okay, so it was an accident. And... as he turned around to look at me... I pushed him. Oh, she did? Okay. I don't even know why. I don't know why I did it. I just was so scared. and I had to stop him from telling anyone about me. And that's when you went to fetch help? From Seaman Stroganoff, who was on duty out in the passageway. I heard Nina cry out and I fell on the floor, so I ran to her. She was standing at the cabin door, shaking like a leaf. She looked at me and said, "Help me, Biff. If they find out, I will be... Please, I have nowhere to go." So you decided to help. Yeah, but I'm guessing she didn't know that she murdered her. Or she murdered him. But still, he's an accomplice in murder, so you're still going to jail. And that's when you arrange things in Kazuma's cabin to make it look like I did it. And so that no one suspect the passenger in the cabin next door? Yeah, but still, like, how did anybody know that he was inside the wardrobe? Like, nobody knew he was in there. Unless he knew on purpose. It's like, I'm not going to reveal the stowaway, I'm just going to let it ride. Like, that doesn't make any sense. That's like the one thing that doesn't make any sense. Yes. I went into the cabin and looked around to make sure that there was nothing to show Nina was there. And then I found Stowaway. Oh, okay, he just found him. So he found him and then put him in the close of the locker and put the note back on the wardrobe. In wardrobe, still sleeping. Right. That's when he found me. So you worked out a plan to lay the blame on the stowaway. I closed wardrobe doors and put back strange paper sign. I'm guessing because he didn't know it was Japanese, he didn't know what it said, so he just put it back on, regardless. Luckily for me, that's the only reason that Sonono-san started believing when I said I was innocent. I dragged young man's body to a good place and used ink that was spilling to right on the floor. I wrote wardrobe in Russian, so the person who we found him would look inside the wardrobe and find stowaway. And tell me, what of the glass bell? It was by my feet, so I picked it up. I see. But it was darker in that cabin, I hadn't noticed the other half. And then Angel went back to her cabin and I finished job by pressing the emergency alarm button in the passageway. Yes. According to the SS Buia, indeed come to an emergency halt a little after 2 a.m. Thus enticing the bolts in the cabin door to slide shut, creating a locked room mystery. There's still one thing I don't understand, Miss Pavlova. What? Well, you said that you told Kazuma about the fact that you'd run away from your homeland. And it's because you're worried that he was going to tell the captain about that you pushed him. Isn't that right? Yes. But even if he had pulled the bell cord and called for the captain of the ship, aren't you friends with every member of the crew? Why would that have been a problem? Unless there's like a new captain. It was what he said first that made me scared. What he said first? What are you doing here this time of night, Inspector? Oh. Oh. I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine. So he thought that he was in some of the Inspector. He said that an inspector was his friend. Ah, yes, meaning me, who was supposed to be acting as his bodyguard. I thought it was that the police knew about me, they would arrest me. But now they're going to do much worse. So before he could pull the bell cord, May I stop you a moment, please, Miss Pavlova? It's just, it doesn't seem to make sense. I mean, was Mr. Sergei really going to pull the bell cord? I don't know. What? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I'm not Kazuma, so I don't know for certain, but he was a man of his word. If he told you he wouldn't give your secret away, then he wouldn't have done. No, he was walking over to it. He was going to pull the cord. He was going to make them send me back. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, the day's work is not yet done, it seems. There is one more deduction to make. Oh, he was going to the wardrobe to get meat, right? What? Another deduction? Yes. What action was the victim really about to take at the moment? Well, who cares, man? Like we don't know him. Like we don't know what he's going to do for sure. So why does this matter? Can we determine whether the young man's gaze was directed? First, consider the victim's location with the cabin. That's easy. I remember every detail of that room. I mean, yes, I spent quite a lot of time in the wardrobe, but still. That cabin has been my home for this entire voyage. So this is how the cabin looked last night when Miss Pavlova visited Kazuma-sama? Yes, exactly how it was. Are you ready then, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. If there's one thing I've learned about today, it's that a simple gaze can reveal the matter of the truth. And not only that, in order to draw the right conclusion, you can't afford to be out even by a little bit when you're following the gaze to where it lands. So, where he turned away from Miss Pavlova, what exactly was Kazuma looking at? Do we get to spin around? I was hoping we get to spin around his character model. But yeah, he's obviously looking at the wardrobe. Duh.
Take that!
Duh. Duh. Considering everything that had happened last night. Certainly, it may have looked right through Kazuma was going to ring the bell cord. Yes, however... what is directly beside the bell cord? The wardrobe. The wardrobe? And more importantly, what was inside the wardrobe? The man's great friend sleeping soundly. Ah. Miss Pavlova, please think back very carefully. Yeah, because obviously she wouldn't have known that, so she would have jumped to conclusions. So, it makes sense, but still, you murdered a guy, so go to jail. What were you, Mr. Asoige's exact words last night? Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. Another opinion? Yes, but not from a member of the crew. No, Mr. Asoige intended to consult a close friend on the matter. To see if between them they might be able to help in some way, no doubt. Oh, no. Sadly, we can't know. Sadly, we can't know if the truth is certain now. Too late for that. But I wish you had made sure on what Mr. Asoige was looking at. Things may have ended very differently if you had. Miss Pavlova. I want to thank you for finally admitting the truth. But unfortunately, the truth is a man lost his life because of what you did. And that will never change. Yeah, it's like you killed my best friend, so... Time for payback. I hope you'll never forget that. I'm sorry. Really, I'm so sorry. What have I done? And so, at long last, the mystery surrounding the tragic incident on the SS Bruya was finally laid to rest. Cool. Yeah, so I think that's the first case I've done in an Ace Attorney game where we didn't actually go to court. Very interesting. Because I was assuming that the ship was going to dock at some point and then the court part was going to start, but hey, it never happens. Crazy. 9th of January, 7:14 p.m. SS Bruya, first class Cabot passageway. That's cool. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, though I guess if you got like what 6 games that are all like courtroom based, and then it's like, yeah, let's do one that's like has a scenario, but it has like no courtroom, scene. So yeah, a bit of a change, exactly. It's like after it's like the Yakuza series. It's like, yeah, there's 7 games where you run around and beat up guys. So it's like obviously like why they're trying to like change the formula now. It's like one's an RPG and like one's like a side story and one's like back in time and this and that. So makes sense. Like you do the same thing for so long. It's like, yeah, I want to do something different. Must be hard coming out with heaps of unique looking courts. Well, it's not bad. They use the pretty sure they use like the same courtroom every time. At least I think so. I'm not sure. But it's like a long running meme as well. It's like the same judge like every single time in like the old Ace Attorney games anyway. So yeah. It's like every single time you go to court, it's like the exact same judge like every time. What will happen to Miss Pavlova now, then? Once we reach Great Britain, she'll be handed over to the British police at Scotland Yard. What about the fact that she ran away from Russia? Won't the Russians try to re-participate her? Apparently, the English detective can speak to the immigration office and sort it all out. Oh, he's looking fine now. He's not beat up anymore. Also, how did he get beat up? Like, that never came to light either. Oh, excuse me. Mr. Sherms can do all that? So she won't be going back to Russia then? No, I don't think so. Even if she wants to return to failure, I doubt that she would be able to. Return in the future. She ran away, so now she's in exile for life. I see. I'm sorry. Seaman Stroganoff? I wanted to help out Angel no matter what. Yeah, but you're an accomplice on murder, so you also go to jail, right? But I didn't think about you and how you lost good friends. I will go with Nina. I will give myself to British police. Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, there we go. Turn himself in. That's kind of you. In the meantime, thank you for letting me go free again. Well, I was going to say, you stowed away, so you're not exactly in the clear yourself. Wouldn't you, like, go to jail for, like, I don't know, like, maybe like a month? Kazuma's death feels like such a waste, but... Well, do what you can for Miss Pavlova, won't you? Duh. Well, I'm afraid you need to pack now. We're due to arrive in Hong Kong tomorrow. As much as it pains me, I'm going to have to hand you over to the consul to arrange your passage back to Japan. Yes. I did stow away after all. I couldn't really expect any different. I say he's going to go directly back to Japan. But we go to London, right? So I'm not sure how that happens. So you should get back to your cabin now. Maybe it's not as cut as clear as that. It looks like my study tour to Great Britain is over before it even begun, then. So I think it's only days ago Kazuma and I were laughing together about how we'd tear up the streets of London. That seems like a distant memory now. So you finally get this room to yourself then. You get to actually sleep in an actual bed. Amazing. Oh, what's that? Is it someone weeping? Satoru-san? Naruhito-san, I didn't know you had returned. Oh, yeah, well, I haven't been back long. Inspector Hasunaga just told me I should pack. You know, ready to leave the ship tomorrow and all that. It's gonna give me the sword. Yeah, because I believe it's in the artwork for this game you see the main character holding the sword, so I'm guessing it gets given to him. I still can't believe this has happened. I can't believe someone's life can be over just like that. Satoru-san. Yeah, such a grand ideas for his visit to Great Britain. So many dreams. And now they're being cruelly taken away. Just as he has. I thought I could never forgive the person responsible. But now we know the truth, and it was just an accident. Just a silly series of mishaps. That's too much, Naruhodo-san. It's just too much. Yes, I know. I wish there was something I could say. Inspector, my duty was to see Asuigo-san's safety to Great Britain, but I failed, and caused the two closest friends great pain and suffering as a result. I've let everyone down. And I will do anything to make up for my terrible blunder. Anything you say. Nobody blames you, Inspector. I was gonna say, I'm free now. At least I'll get back in handcuffs again. Surprise, Mr. Naruhodo? What is the meaning of this? Oh, it's really a trifling matter. Simply in my head, I shall always picture you wearing those shackles. Without them, the balance seems all wrong. It's distracting. Sorry. So I decided to restore them. For old time's sake, then we should say, you are a stowaway after all. He thinks this is funny? Mr. Sholmes. We appreciate your assistance. I'd like to thank you. From the bottom of my heart. Not at all, not at all. And though it's a little late, I may offer my sincere condolences. I almost said sincere condolences. The loss of your companion is truly heart-rending. I hope that you will be able to fulfill some of these aspirations in his honor. Yes, always in cuffs, always. I'm afraid that won't be possible. We shall be disembarking in the next port in Hong Kong. We shall have to return to Japan and make a full report about everything that's happened. What? Wait a minute. Just me that has to go back, isn't it? I mean, I was a stowaway. The terms of the study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. I was going to be one lawyer and one assistant. Was to be. In the light of Mr. Asuigo's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead unless I become the lawyer and you become the assistant. Or you become the assistant. Oh no, I don't care for me, but... Poor Sasoro-san. My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely. But there is no one else with necessarily qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer. Yes, plot. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I was gonna say, we gotta get to England somehow, because that's where the rest of the game happens. Oh, I go back to Japan, and that's it. End game. Qualifications, you say? Any qualifications obtained in your own country will be little value in Great Britain, I'm afraid. Oh, but anyway, the voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourself another suitable lawyer. Pretty much, yeah. Yes. Mr. Soto? Yes. Do you think perhaps I might be able to do it? Ah, but you're not a lawyer, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, unless you are studying law? No, I'm not, but... I'm sorry, in that case I don't think there's even a chance it could work. But as I said, there is still more than a month before we reach England's shores. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I have a month in which to study, to learn what I must to become a lawyer in Great Britain. Study in the month. Okay. Yeah, that's possible. Mr. Naruhodo? That's ridiculous. Are you seriously suggesting anybody would learn all that in just 40 days? There is only one way to find out. Studies ourselves. I will work my fingers to the bone, Inspector, every single day. Will you let me try? And if by the time I reach Great Britain I haven't learned enough to be recognized as a lawyer, I'll take whatever punishment it is deemed appropriate. But why put yourself in such a difficult position? Oh, it's for your friend, right? Yeah, exactly, for Kazuma. He said that there was something he had to do in Great Britain, and that he would sacrifice anything to make it happen. He was passionate about it, and I can't let that all that passion just come to nothing. And anyway, it's for my own benefit too. I will become a lawyer. I have to. It's kind of like just flung into this by accident. A series of events makes it... I don't know what it... He was the assistant to, like, his friend, right? So he went from assistant to becoming a lawyer, just, by chance. What do you say, Mitsusoto? I think it's a wonderful idea. Great promotion, yeah, exactly. It's not what I intended, but... Yeah, but life does that sometimes. It's like, you suddenly find yourself in, situations where you never imagine yourself. It's like where I am now. It's like I wouldn't imagine myself where I am like 10 years ago, so... Same kind of idea. So, what does our bespectacled inspector friend say? Are you serious? Can't wait to see the rival lawyer in England. Oh yeah, because everyone has like their own rival. That's right. Oh, we'll see. Because they got to be unique, right? I remember the one in Dual Destinies was very good. He's like a emo, angsty guy that has like, he has some sort of like bird power or something. I forget. Very interesting. I do remember that. I don't remember if it's case 3 or 4. Oh, we'll see. One lawyer and one assistant. The numbers are indisputable. No, it's madness. Yet fascinating. Wouldn't you agree? Fascinating. Duty and rules are the dull routine of existence that we all ignore. Give us interest, give us fascination. Speaking for yourself. Besides, qualifications are no measure of a man and what matters of his character. No? And you've witnessed ample evidence of this man's exclamatory character today with your own eyes. That's a hard word. From the early hours of this morning until this very moment now. Despite contending of the passing of his close companion, and despite the accusation of guilt, this man has shown resourcefulness, intelligence, and above all, courage. Because I know the character design for Herlock Sholmes' assistant, so I'm already minorly spoiled on that, but still, I know what she looks like. Very well. I think of a clever way to word my report to the Department of Justice. Inspector. After all I did is make a promise, didn't I? After that, I'd do anything to make up for my shortcomings here. Oh, thank you, Inspector. If you'll excuse me, I must pray visit the captain's quarters, I think. I need to discuss what to do next and how to best make my report. Are you really prepared to attempt this, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I'm going to try. I wonder, would you consider teaching me what I need to know? Everything about being a lawyer? Sasato's going to be like, I'm going to be the lawyer and you're going to be the assistant. Fuck you. I know more than you. I'd be delighted to help you. I am a judicial assistant after all. Thank you. And Mr. Naruhodo, I'd like you to take charge of this. What? Me? Are you sure? I'm sure it's what Kazuma-san would have wanted. Sword. Its name is Karuma. It's a great sword that's been in the Kosoye clan for generations. Very well. I accept. I'll treasure it always. Yet if I lose my court cases... Slash. Oh, I win. No, I win. You can't be on the debate team if you're dead. So then, Mr. Soto. It seems we'll be working together from some time to come yet. It will be an honor, Mr. Naruhodo. And for the next 40 days, I shan't grant you a single minute of freedom. I shall fill every spare moment with study. Yes, that's exactly what I need. But before we begin... Yo, what up, Dolius? What up, man? Yeah, I think we're getting to near the end of this, so... Yeah, so I don't think I'll be on too much longer, but still. You can always watch the VOD if we want to catch up. I have an earnest favor to ask of you too. Goodness, what is it? Yeah, I think we're very close to wrapping up the second case, so probably won't be on for too much longer. Please throw me to the ground. He's gonna ask for it 3 times. What? I should have never doubted you. Oh, she's gonna ask him to throw her to the ground, because she did to him, right? You were Kazuma-sama's closest friend. Of course you would never have done anything to hurt him. That would have been obvious to me from the start. But I should have been allowed suspicion to get the better of me. And no matter how upset I was feeling, I was completely unforgivable behavior. No, you were in shock. You just found out about me stowing away and the cabin door was locked. No, I won't let you make excuses for me. Whatever the circumstances, I should never have thrown you, and not just once, but 5 times. That number keeps creeping up, doesn't it? Excuse me. I have to keep on muting myself and clearing my throat. It's just talking so much just gets the phlegm going. Please, you must. Just take hold of me and throw it. Do it. Don't even think about it. No. I don't even know how. I've never thrown anyone in my life. Very wise, Mr. Naruhodo. It isn't a skill that requires with that considerable training. Oh, Mr. Sherps. I observed your throwing technique several times with great interest. I confess I was most impressed. When did you see that? I presume that would have been a form of Japanese wrestling. Oh, well, in a way, it's not wrestling, but my own interpretation of an ancient jiu-jitsu technique. Apparently it's called the Satsuru Takedown. It leaves your head swimming, I believe me. How bewilling. I am practitioner of the competitive arts myself. I'm a somewhat experienced boxer. That animation's getting real close to her face. I'll play it again. Yeah, it actually goes through a character model. Bam. And there he goes, dancing around again. I want you to be so kind to instruct me on the technique of your arresting throw. Yes, I'd be honored. We can't waste any time on that. We've got to study, right? Then let us not delay. Demonstrate, my dear madame. Oh, of course. Here it comes. Get ready. Are you ready? Mr. Naruhodo, she's going to do it on me again. Sorry. Hiya! Yep. As you can see, you throw from the abdomen. Oh, yes. Interesting indeed. Is that what you learned from the Satsuru takedown? Is it? Actually, no. That was a Satsuru squash. He's got many different throws. In my groggy state of consciousness, a scene from the evening recently spent with Kazuma flickered into my mind. Sword. Full motion video. Or not. There's gonna be a cutscene. Karuma. That's right, it's a prized song that's been passed down through generations of the Soige clan. I can't believe you managed to get permission to bring it with you. I mean, taking a katana on a study tour is more than a regular, surely. A Japanese man's sword is his soul, Ryanosuke. It can't be parted from my katana. Oh, I can't be parted from my katana. Karuma guides me. I truly believe that. So his name compels the willow to slice evil in two? Not that you would need such compelling. On that subject, there is something very important that I have to do in Great Britain. Headband man, I know him. Yeah, exactly. It's like every classic character with a headband. It's like always blowing in the wind. It's like Ryu and like Solid Snake and third character, him. And I'll sacrifice anything to make it happen. I appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. I knew you wouldn't let me down. That important thing you had to do. I still don't know what it was. Or what that was. I guess I'll probably find out in due time. But I'm gonna see the place for myself and work it out. In Great Britain's capital, London. Hell yeah. Is that the end of that chapter? Nice. Perfect. Cool. So we beat case 2. Hell yeah. Save. Yes. Yeah, I reckon we could probably start the next case. How long are we going for? Yeah, I could probably start the next case. Do like a little bit. And then we can continue next time. Episode 3, Adventure of the Runaway Room. Caravan, okay. Yeah, I'll do a tiny bit at the start. And then we'll save. And then continue next time. Just like to get it going.
Glancing over my records of the late last century.
Fine, I'll get to read it for me. Jeez.
Bitter winter. A murder in a carriage as it sped through dense London fog in the dead of night. Though the victim and the perpetrator were the only ones inside, there were multiple witnesses to the crime itself. However, none could have imagined at the time that such a seemingly obvious case as this would end in such a horrendous manner.
There's always a murder, dude.
My friend, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, once said of the incident, "I believe that perhaps that case was indeed the prelude. The beginning of a long concerto that impressive Japanese student and I were to play together."
Oh, now we're anime. Hell yeah.
Amazing. Is this really just a railway station?
Railway station or not, I've never seen such an enormous building before.
Even the Japanese characters have like English accents.
Locomotives.
It's a bit jarring.
This country is incredible.
I feel like I'm dreaming.
So this is the capital of Great Britain.
So, where to?
Oh, hello.
Climb aboard. I'll take you.
You
wherever
what?
you
I don't
want
understand you. Speak English.
In that case, the Supreme Court in Whitehall, if you wouldn't mind.
to. My pleasure. I suppose you're visiting students from abroad, eh?
Yes.
Thought so. Well then, I hope you enjoy your stay.
Yeah, I forget what show it was. It was some like very popular show from the UK.
Britain's mighty capital, London.
I can't remember what it was called. Yeah, but I remember every single episode. I'd overhear it, and like there'd always be some character that'd always be like, "You what?" Like once per episode, there'd be like one character that'd be like, "You what?" Also, very cool courtroom. I like the cogs. Very cool. 18th of February, 2:21 a.m. British Supreme Court Chief Justice Office. Oh, this is just his office. Oh, okay, this ain't the actual courtroom. This is just his office. What an incredible place! It's so imposing. It's almost suffocating. This place is breathtaking. It looks like a fortress. There are some stone buildings like this in Japan now, of course, but they're only being built in a few short decades since we opened up borders to the outside world. And authentic examples like this is quite different in impact, wouldn't you agree? A far cry from the wooden paper like most of our buildings are constructed from. It's certainly unfamiliar, but I think there's more to the differences than just construction materials. What is this place again? This is the Lord Chief Justice Office, Naruhodo-san, in the Supreme Court of Great Britain. Lord Chief Justice? We had instructions to report here at the time, if circumstances were different. We were supposed to let the Lord Chief Justice know that we had arrived from Japan. By Kazuma? Can't. No. So instead we are here in a different capacity. As envoys to report to the news of Kazama-sama's death. Yes. And having delivered him or her message, the envoy's duty is done. So, we'd have to return to Japan. So you're on right here in Great Britain. You have to take Kazuma's place in the law student selected for the study tour. Yes, which means you need the requisite qualifications as a lawyer. So we need to prove ourselves in a case, no doubt. Right? Which is what I've been studying for. Here in Great Britain, it is the Lord Chief Justice who appoints lawyers. So that is the second reason why we're here. You have to officially recognize as a lawyer. It's the only way we'll be able to remain here in London. I hope I'm up to scratch. Ah, good morning. Sorry for keeping you. Oh, nice effort. Oh. I trust you aren't too exhausted after your long voyage from Japan. Also, nice sideburns. Seems I'm 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 47 seconds late. My apologies. Oh, no, don't mention it. Well, we're never happier than when we're standing around with nothing much to do. Hell yeah. How fortunate. So, introductions. I am Mael Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of the British Empire. And I feel like a little mouse under an elephant's foot. Come on, Mr. Naruhodo, don't be a mouse. How'd she read my mind? Oh, it's an honor to meet you, Lord Chief Justice Strongheart. I'm Ryanosuke Naruhodo from the Empire of Japan. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, welcome to London, the capital of our glorious British Empire. Ah, yes, thank you. Converse? Sure. London. So, what are your impressions of our capital so far? How do you like London? Oh, help! I have been so nervous since I got here, I can't remember a single thing about the city. It's simply splendid, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh? If you came straight here, you wouldn't have been able to get much of a look at it. We had a wonderful view of some of London streets in the carriage on the way here from the station. Everything is so impressive and grand. I must say I'm almost lost for words. I'm glad to hear you like it. The city boasts trainways, piped water, gas, even cables supplying electricity. We spearhead every revolutionary new technology in the world. Every visitor to London is astounded. Oh, what's with like the giant gears though? So we have a society based on sprockets and we push a button, right? Oh yes, astounded is the word. Thanks for saving me there, Sasoro-san. And everyone seems so jolly and full of vigor. Yes. There is much excitement about the upcoming great exhibition I'll be hosting here in London. Great exhibition? Cultural and technology achievements from around the globe are going to be exhibited here in a great city. It'll be the greatest spectacle of its kind in history. It'll make for Paris's World Fair look like a toy shop. Gosh, I can hardly imagine how magnificent it's going to be. Great Britain's capital city is nothing but magnificent. London is the center of the modern world, even if you do say so yourself. The sun will never set on a great empire. Perhaps it is fate that these progressive times we welcome visitors from the land of the rising sun. Oh, sure. Lord Chief Justice. I think you were expecting a student of law for the study tour, weren't you? Well, I guess if he has, like, no idea what, you know, Ryunosuke looks like, he could be like, I'm him, I swear to God. Really? Just adjust a bit. No, yeah. Absolutely. I'm Mr. Kazuma Asage, if my memory serves. That's right. The British government has already been telegraphed a full report on the situation. I understand the young man lost his life aboard the steamship bound for our shores. Okay, so he already knows. That's amazing. The news reached him before we even arrived. My country naturally extends its deepest condolences to yours. Oh, thank you. And you honored this appointment significantly to inform me of the news? Yes. We are here in the capacity of the envoys of Japan to report this sad news in person. They tell me you Japanese people are full of protocol and courtesy. And I see that it's true. And it is with some regret that I must inform you that the death of the young lawyer means that his study tour arrangement can no longer proceed. If you wish to hear us out, Long Strongheart. What do you have to say, madame? It's about the study tour. Mr. Naruhodo here would like to make a proposal. Would he now? Well, Mr. Naruhodo, this is it then, the moment of truth. What? I'm going to ask you about this again. Let's do it again. The thing is, Lord Justice, Lord Strongheart, I was wondering if perhaps you would consider allowing the study tour to go ahead? Don't misunderstand me, Britain would ideally like the tour to go ahead. But without a lawyer from your country, there's nothing to be done. Well, in that case, what if there was someone else, another lawyer from Japan, I mean? Is there something I don't know? Only a single lawyer has invited the Great Britain from your country, and that was Mr. Asage. At least, that's what I've been led to understand. Well, the thing is, this really isn't going well at all. I just can't seem to find the right words to say to this man. Probably some language barrier. Mr. Naruhodo. If I could ruin things here, if I'm not careful, what should I'm gonna say? If there was someone else here from Japan who could be described as a lawyer, it's... Actually, there's no one. I won't get penalized for this, right? It's only been 40 days since Kazuma died. And yes, I've studied as hard as possible as I could, but I can really stand before this terrifying man and claim that I can do the job? Sorry, I don't know what I was thinking. Of course only one lawyer. But I'm not sure if I can stand before this terrifying woman and claim that I can't. Yeah, it's like, you've been studying with me for 40 days. You better not fuck this up. I'll end up upside down on the floor if I do that. Not that I'm scared of such a takedown, obviously, but still, perhaps I should change my answer. It's me. I can do it. Is that so? I mean, I don't actually have any qualifications as such, but... No qualifications, you see, and yet you still claim to be a lawyer. I have acted as a lawyer in court before. Only once, as it happens. And I had Kazuma to help me. And I was the accused, but glossing over the details. I have been spending every spare moment of the journey to Great Britain here studying. I have learnt all about British law and court proceedings while I was on board the SS Bruyere. The voyage from Japan is some 50 days, I believe, not that you would call for full education. To become a qualified lawyer here in Britain, not only do you need a university degree in law, you must also complete several years of training. I realize it's far too short of a period of time, but I can't just go back to Japan. Kazuma, Mr. Asoige's journey has only just begun. Coming here on the study tour was all he thought about. I have to carry on and do everything he planned to do. I know it must sound like I have an overly inflated opinion of myself, but I would like to do anything to prove that I have what it takes. Any test you have set to me, any test you care to set to me. Just one chance. That's all I'm asking for. Please. 31 seconds. Sorry? Your opening statement there, Mr. Naruhodo. It was 31 seconds long. Not too brief, not too protracted. It's perfectly judged appeal, I would say. Which is a skill that would stand you a good steed as a lawyer. Oh, thanks. So you're willing to put those words to a trial, are you? Well, I'm all for entertainment. Huh? But let me ask you one thing first, sir. Yes? You said that you intend to do everything Mr. Asoige planned to do. Are you firmly set on that path? Well, yes, that's my intention. I see. Am I just imagining things? Or did the expression just alter after a fraction there of a sudden? I was paying attention, I was looking at the text box. Very well. You have your wish, I'll give you a chance. So you're saying there's a chance. A test to become a specialty certified lawyer. Whether you pass or fail is entirely down to you. Really? Hooray. And let me guess that test is a court case. So what form will the test take exactly? Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, what do you consider the role of a lawyer to be? Well, defending the people of course. Well said. So let's have you defend someone. Yeah, exactly. I thought so. Huh? Your timing is perfect. In fact, there's an appointed trial about to begin later today. No advocate has been appointed for the defense yet, so this will be a welcome news. Today? Straight away? Yeah, man, let's do it. Let's jump right in. If you manage to secure a verdict of not guilty, you'll pass my test. What could have been simpler? Ugh, how do I get myself into these situations? Well, could I ask, what sort of trial is it, Longstrong? Yes, good question. I remember. It's a murder trial, right? It's a murder trial, yeah, exactly. Of course, they're all murder trials. Duh. Yeah, I don't think there's a single trial in the Ace Attorney series which hasn't been murder-based, so it's like they're all murder. A murder? An extremely simple case, I understand. You really can't lose. That's easy to say. But I think I should mention just in case. If the defense found guilty, he will be, of course, be sentenced to the capital punishment. Capital punishment? He'll be put to death? Oh, God. Here in Great Britain, murderers are sent to the gallows without exception. Presumably you read that much in your short, C-based introduction to British law? We can't possibly agree to such a test. We should be toying with a man's life. I am the Lord Chief of Justice and I've decided it's acceptable. But you can't do that, can you? There's no need to overcomplicate this. All you have to do is ensure that you don't lose. So the defendant may live or die depending on how well I perform in court. If I lose, he'll be hanged. Mr. Naruhodo, you've come to me claiming to be a lawyer. If you want me to take you seriously, you'll need to prove you're willing to do a lawyer's job. And you say you intend to see it through, so will your camp try, Mr. Sage? I would like to understand how far you're willing to go in order to make that happen. He's testing my resolve. What's the matter? You've fallen silent. I'm sorry, but time is pressing. The trial begins shortly. I need an answer from you now. What's it to be? What do I say? Do I agree to this absurd test? Of course. Alright, then if I have to give you a decision now, my answer is... I can't do it. I can't get the words out. 15 seconds. Your decision making needs work if you want to be a lawyer. That was too slow. So, it's as I suspected, is it? Sorry? You have noble intentions, but lack the resolve to see them through. The test is cancelled. Thank you for stopping by. What? Go and acquire your ticket for passage back to the east tomorrow. The conversation is over. Yes, Lord Strongheart. Thank you for your offering me a chance. Oh, so I'm not going to do it? Okay, just like that? Okay, whatever. Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry, Miss Sasoro. But what could I do? It's alright, I understand. You do? It's not an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances. But resolve has absolutely nothing to do with it. What are you trying to say, madame? I think what Miss Sasoro means is that no matter how badly I like to be recognized as a lawyer and stay in Great Britain, to risk another man's life by treating his one and only chance at a trial so trivially would be utterly unforgivable, and I feel the exact same way. And I'm sure the defendant won't see this trial as a test, some sort of experiment. A lawyer may fight for his clients in court day after day, but for each one of these clients, for the particular day they stand there in dock may be their only chance to have to fight for the proof of their innocence. No, I was wrong. I'm not qualified to do that job yet. I'm sorry for wasting your precious time, Lord Chief Justice. Wow, okay. Game over, man. Wait, Mr. Naruhodo. Never mind. Oh, was there something else? It's approximately 20 minutes by carriage to the Old Bailey from here. If you leave immediately, you should still be in time. But I just said that I was quite serious in what I told you. The defendant in this case has literally no one to advocate for them. What? At this point, he can't hope to find someone to represent him. The trial will begin with that defense. And if that happens, there's only one possible outcome. So we're literally his only choice. So he's gonna die if we don't defend him. Oh god. He received the most severe sentence the judge can pass down. But that's awful. Well, this is the truth. Why does that have to be like this? Please don't expect an answer to every question. The cold hard truth of the matter is that there is only one person now with a chance to save this man from a very miserable end. And that is you. I'm really his only hope. So, what do you say now, madame? Me? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart? You said it was an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances, And I agree. But in my estimation, it is purely and simply a matter of resolve. Oh. Our time is up here. I have a meeting to attend. I must leave in 2 minutes and 16 seconds. So venture into the Great Sea and enjoy yourselves. He's gone. The Old Bailey. If we're gonna do this, Mr. Naruhodo, we must leave at once. Oh, okay. Then move immediately then. Alright, can I save here? I'll save once I get to the courtroom. Yeah, because I want to at least see like the characters in the courtroom, so. Sure. Let's do it. Okay, we can go right there. Hell yeah. 18th of February, 9:45 a.m. The Old Bailey defendant. Antechamber. Oh, thank goodness we're in time. There's still 15 minutes until the trial begins. I never knew horse-drawn carriages go so fast. I thought my teeth were going to run loose. Did you hear what I said to the driver when we climbed aboard? Get us to our destination in 5 minutes, driver, and there's a guinea in it for you. It's one of my favorite lines from the Sherlock Holmes stories, and it worked quite perfectly. I'm not sure why you're so pleased. I thought we were going to die, and we had to play gold for the privilege. Well, at least we arrived before the trial started. Yes, I suppose there's that. Anyway, I don't understand it. The court clerk said the defendant should be here, but there's no sign of him at all. So this is the Old Bailey. Even this room defendants waiting is grand. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm feeling tense, that's all. This place gives me the same sense of foreboding that I remember from the Supreme Court in Japan. An oppressive air, almost as if the building itself is going to crush whoever is about to be sentenced. It feels as if it's only yesterday I was the one to be crushed. Yes, whoever the man you defend is, I imagine he's feeling very alone at this moment. Top of the morning to you, madame. Sir. Oh god, I gotta defend this guy. Holy shit. How are you doing? Follow me here. Things are desperate, are they? Oh, this guy's supposed to be Irish. Oh boy. I'm not gonna do an accent. I'm gonna read the lines, but if it comes out, it comes out. Sorry. Would you look at the expression of his face? It's from the East, are you? We're from Japan, yes. Ah, Japan is it? Right, say no more. So, how much you need? No, we're just here because... No need to explain, fella. I've just been here myself. So I have. No place to go, nothing to eat. Barely a penny on your name, and all wild in a strange, faraway land. Well, actually... We haven't found a place to stay just yet, no. 'Tis grand, 'tis grand. Let me start by giving you 1,000 guineas. Say nothing now. Huh. 1,000 guineas? Please, Mr. Soto, you don't have to shout. But 1,000 guineas is enough to build an entire mansion in the most prestigious area of Tokyo. What? 'Tis nothing to me at all. I like to ensure I have sufficient funds to weather a rainy day, you see. I have enough wealth to buy the city of London 2 or 3 times over. Could that much rain even fall in one day? Well, even so, we couldn't possibly accept such a large sum of money. Ah, that hit me in the eye. Yeah, so we're gonna defend this guy, and when we get him off, we're gonna get paid accordingly, right? Anyway, I think I might save here. Yeah, we'll do that. Yeah, we'll save here before the trial starts. So next time, once I do this, next time, I can jump right in and we can keep with the court case starting up. Next to streaming? Yeah, no worries, all good. Yeah, I don't think I'll be streaming this next weekend, but the weekend after that for sure. Yeah, because next week I'm gonna have my friend come down, and we're gonna do a bunch of streams throughout the week. So that's gonna keep me busy. But tomorrow I should be live with Metal Gear Solid at some point. So I'll be back then, and then throughout the week next week I'll be doing a bunch of streams here and there. So, but yeah, I'll catch you guys then. Until then, I'll see you then. Well, actually, before I end up ending, I'll see if there's any way I can raid accordingly. Probably nobody, but still. Let's have a look. Nah, nobody on. Okay, let's go. Alright, so I'll see you then. Goodbye.